That clock back there is slow.
We have 15 seconds, I'm counting.
China causes all the problems. That's where cannabis is illegal.
Mongolia and southern Siberia. I'm surprised it grows in North where it's needed.
Okay, Mayor, it is 5 o'clock.
San Clemente City Council meeting of May 19th, 2026 is in session, noting that all 5 council members are here.
And if I may make an announcement for closed session, this is a conference with real property negotiators, discussion concerning real property transactions in compliance with Government Code Section 54956.8 regarding real property negotiations, APN none. Property potential lease of city right-of-way located between 242 Avenida Del Mar and 218 Avenida Del Mar, Farmers Market. City negotiators are Andy Hall, City Manager, Brian Brower, Assistant City Manager. Negotiating parties, all proposers under negotiations, price and terms for potential lease of the farmer's market.
Thank you.
Move we go into closed session.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Noblock. Second by Councilmember Enmeyer. All in favor? Aye. Adjourn to closed session.
Meeting to order.
Sure. Okay, the city council meeting of May 19th, 2026 is now in session. Madam Clerk?
Yes, we will begin with an invocation given by Pastor Jared Powell, Paradigm Community.
Great. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for this gift of a city. We just love and treasure it. Its beauty, its wealth, its businesses. God, I just ask that your hand would be over all of it. I pray a blessing over these leaders as they navigate decisions with limited information and so many challenges that they face. Would you give them wisdom from above? Would you give them peace and confidence to make decisions and lead well? And would you bless this meeting tonight? I pray a special blessing over our heroes who guard our beaches and keep people safe. Would you bless them as they are going to see thousands of people enter our beaches and keep them safe. Watch over them, bless them. And God, thank you so much for this wonderful city, and be with us during this time of our meeting. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, amen. God bless.
Is there a rookie lifeguard named Hazel in the audience? Hazel, would you step forward, please, and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And we will note that all council members are present for the business portion of the meeting. First item on the agenda is special presentations. And our first special presentation this evening is a presentation of Clean California Community Signage. The presentation is by Melinda Lester and Patricia Holloway with the San Clemente Rotary. Melinda and Patricia? Do you have my slide deck, or do I have to do it?
It's coming up.
Okay, got it. Okay, I'll go to the next slide. San Clemente Rotary has been in San Clemente for many, many years. It's an organization of over 1.2 million people worldwide, 46,000 clubs in 200 countries, and San Clemente Rotary is one of those. We have 60 members, and we represent all kinds of people from the industry, business professionals, civic leaders, and as well as regular citizens with a passion for doing good in our community. You probably know us from some of our activities. Our Thanksgiving food drive has been around for over 30 years. We do monthly beach cleanups. We've been participating in Arbor Day for several years now, and we support local military families and scholarships for students in the high school, which is coming up. I think this week there are going to be about 5 or 6 students that are getting scholarships. So we're excited about all of our projects that we work on. But this one is about Clean California Community. This is a designation from Caltrans, and it's from Keep America Beautiful, and Keep California Beautiful is where it's been actually delivered. We had to do 4 things. We had to take all of the requirements and look and pledge that we were going to do this in a year. We had to engage our community and people in the community, and then complete 10 of the 15 criteria that they had, which is on the next slide. So signing the pledge was pretty easy. We got the board of directors approved it, and we went ahead and signed the pledge. We established an advisory board, gained partnerships in the community, got community input. We did cleanups, which we were already doing beach cleanups, so that worked. Community education, youth education, we used as part of those events. We actually did some informal training of reasons why pollution and trash at the beach is not good. We participated in the greening and beautification, which the Arbor Day was already part of that. We measured the progress, and
we did a long-term plan on how we were going to sustain this. So those were our 10 items. And I wanted to recognize the committee that actually worked on this. I was the chair of the committee. I'm the environmental committee chair for the Rotary. Laura Bard is also in the Rotary, but she's also in the Garden Club and the Choral Society. Tyler Bowden is in the Rotary and the Chamber of Commerce and lots of other stuff. Patricia Holloway was in the Garden Club and the Citizens Climate Education, and she's very well known in the city. And McPhineas Holmes Selby is our student participant, and he was from the San Clemente High School. He's a senior and is all around a well-rounded, outstanding student. He was a Interact Club's president, Honor Society president. I believe he was a lifeguard, and he's off to college this year. So we're really excited to have him on our team. Part of the thing in putting that advisory committee together was to gain partnerships with the different organizations in the community. And you can see the organizations we have listed on this. I'm not going to go through them all, but we talked to a lot of people about what it meant to have a clean community. So gaining those partnerships was really key to having a successful project. Part of the input was getting some information from the community about what is pollution like in our city. So we actually did a limited survey. It wasn't a huge survey because we didn't want to make it too crazy, but all of the partners that we got that information out to everybody to do the survey. And on the next page, you'll see the results of the survey. It was about trash. Basically, we want to just make sure that we're picking up trash. Probably the most important thing was that over 80% of the respondents said that they were satisfied or very satisfied with the trash issue in our city. So it's almost like a non-issue, but we still do have an issue. Freeway on and off ramps were multiple times talked about. Streets and sidewalks, beaches, shorelines. But the main reason that they feel that these are problems is not necessarily just because it's dirty. It's that maybe the trash cans get full too fast and we don't empty them fast enough, and we just need to have them emptied faster or more often. Or maybe we just, at special events especially, have more trash cans available. So really it's limited, but it's important points to think about. I have all of that information if you're really interested in all the stats. So part of the information we did was to do beach cleanups. We added actually a couple beach cleanups this year. We usually do it on the first Saturday of the month from April through October. And we added a couple. We did the Coastal Cleanup Day this year, and we also did the cleanup after the festival, Ocean Festival. So those added to our cleanup possibilities. But basically, you can see here on this slide, we had over 136 volunteers. We collected over 6,000 items. The most collected items are cigarette butts and plastic. And in 8 years, oh, please go back, sorry. In 8 years, we've had over 525 volunteers picking up 45,000 items, and still we have plastic and cigarette butts as the main problem. But we also get a lot of thank yous from the community. The community is really supportive. Whenever they see us, they always say thank you. We had over 1,300 thank yous from the community. And this is just a few of our pictures of our events. A lot of students get involved. Community and youth education, as I mentioned before, we did handouts at the special events we did, social media posts, press releases, and we worked with the Love to Serve San Clemente and other nonprofit groups in their efforts as well. And here are a few of the pictures from those events. We worked on the urban forest for Arbor Day. This is last year's pictures, actually, because technically this designation came from last year's event. But we also participated in it this year as well. And from what I understand, Patricia Holloway is not able to be here tonight, but she actually gained more money, and she's also contributing those funds to the new tree farm, which we planted this last couple weeks ago, few weeks ago. And basically, I think we got 3 or 4 more oak trees, so that's part of our group as well. And also, that came from the garden club, I believe. And then we participated in the greening and beautification designation for that criteria. And so that Love to Serve San Clemente, we did the day of service at Concordia Elementary. It's not quite a university yet. Yeah. We planted new plants and cleaned up the area, repainted their backstops, and the fenced-in area is the kindergarten garden that we prepared for them to be able to start planting. This is Patricia's urban forest tracking mechanism. She says that there's 653 trees that she's planted, or the city has planted since 2014. Also includes shrubs, and it breaks out the native and the other shrubs that are native to the area. Our long-term plan really was to figure out how Rotary was going to continue working towards this goal. We don't have to do any follow-up for the designation to have the designation, but we wanted to make sure that going towards the 250 years of the country, 100 years of San Clemente, and then the Olympics, that we had a really nice environment. So we came up with 3, we did a SWOT analysis, and we came up with 3 areas: enhancing the beautification and the cleanup programs that we already have, securing financial grants, which we've already gotten as well, and attracting more volunteers. And then what happens is we got this designation as of April 2025, and Tyler and McPhineas would like to hold up our sign. We got a free sign because we were one of the first 100 communities in California to get this designation. So Caltrans actually funded the signs, and so this is being presented to the city. And hopefully we can put it in a really prominent area where lots of people will see it. We suggest maybe at the pier. I think you guys would like it at the pier, right? Yeah. So we would love to do some kind of an unveiling when the sign is posted. And so we would work with you and try and figure out when that's going to be. And what's next? Next slide. We are participating in the Great American Cleanup, which is through the Keep America Beautiful designation. They are, all you have to do is go online, take a pledge, and when you take the pledge, basically it says, I'm going to pick up 250 pieces of trash before July 4th, so that the country can be beautiful for July 4th. So that's our presentation.
Thank you, Melinda, Laura, Tyler, Patricia, and McPhineas.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, why don't you bring the sign back, Tyler? Bring it back.
I think they get it.
Let's go take a photo.
Oh, yeah, let's do it.
No, I want it for my house.
Yeah, put it in
Space.
Can we get our team up here too?
Get your team.
right here. Let's get to the center.
Phineas, how's it going? Good, how are you? Well, it couldn't be better. Andy got to take one here. So this is for his Christmas card. This is for our Christmas card.
Did you see the article in the Times this week? There's an article in the Times. That's about this.
You guys stay up here. I think we're going to stick up here. Hang up here, Steve.
Oh.
The next presentation.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you want us to put it back in the box?
Yeah, you got to put it back in the box.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Absolutely great presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is presentation of proclamation recognizing May 18th through the 25th, 2026 as National Beach Safety Week, and we have some marine safety representatives here to accept.
Okay. No, it's on. Of course it's on. Well, come on. What do you, gosh, guys, hiding back there? Oh, good. I think this might be easier. Okay. Well, we've got a very special presentation now for our chief, Rob Malott, Chief of Marine Safety, and also everybody that works for Marine Safety. He has some very special announcements to make after I present them with this very special plaque. And if you put this in the office, it'll be the nicest thing you have in your office. By the way, I know it'll go good with that 1970s wood paneling. It'll be excellent. So anyway, I'm going to try to get all the way through this. Whereas the beautiful coastal beaches of San Clemente represent a world-renowned recreation resource, and whereas residents and visitors alike are drawn to these beaches by the millions each year for water and beach activities, and whereas the aquatic environment has dangers that can be effectively managed through public awareness and the vigilance of our professional lifeguards. And whereas, for reasons of public safety, an annual reminder of the joys and hazards associated with the aquatics environment are appropriate at the commencement of a busy summer beach season. And whereas residents and visitors alike must remember to learn to swim near a lifeguard tower, swim with a buddy, check with the lifeguards, use sunscreen and drink water, obey posted signs and flags, keep the beach and water clean, learn riptide current safety, enter water feet first, and wear a life jacket. Okay. Now, therefore, I, Rick Leffler, Mayor of the City of San Clemente, acting on behalf of the City Council and citizens of San Clemente, do hereby proclaim May 18th through May 25th, 26th as National Beach Safety Week. Now's where you applaud. I'll pencil that one in.
Take out the trash. Thank you, Mayor and council members. It's an honor to be here for you guys to recognize National Beach Safety Week. It's an important week to kick off the summer, to allow the community and the visitors to the beach to know about the dangers of the beach and the ocean. And it takes a team to do this. One thing before we get into the National Beach Safety Week, I'd like to introduce some of our full-time staff. Our Lieutenant Sean Staudenbauer, our Marine Safety Officer Hayden Paul, and I'll do this introduction in a second, but a few of the MSOs that are not here is Ian Burton, Nick Cuney, and also Blake Anderson. This year is special to our department. It marks 95 years anniversary of lifeguard services here in San Clemente. Back in July 16th, 1931, City Council approved a unanimous vote to start a lifeguard service. And so it's been going on. Our mission hasn't changed. Our mission is to protect the millions of visitors that come down to the beach every year. So now we're seeing 2.5 million visitors. So I have some special guests. Some people have joined our family. So if you guys could walk up here, stand up and... So you may think this is our department. It's not. This is our rookie class from 2026. It's incredible. Biggest class we've ever put through. We have 23 candidates go through rookie training. They went through 110 hours. They had grit, determination, and out of that 23, we had 18 promote to lifeguard status. And this year is historic. One, right now we have 2 females that have been lifeguards with us, one for 2 years going into her 3rd year and the other one going into her 6th year. Both incredible lifeguards, Alex Higginson and also Claire McNamara. But we had 6 females in our rookie training and all 6 promoted. And first time in 95 years, we had a female at the top of the rookie class. And her name is Hazel Thrash right here. And so if you guys don't know, that is a very big deal. Just to accomplish going through 110 hours of training is a huge accomplishment. For those who didn't make it, some of them went to the pool to work, and hopefully we'll see them back next year. We get a lot of good guards that go through our program and do it a second time and do get hired. But I want to take a second, have our lieutenant introduce each one. I know, Laura, you give me 10 minutes up here? Is that what it is? No, I'm just kidding.
All right. Well, training went through the month of March with the assistance of Hayden Paul and Marine Safety Officer Nick Juney, among other staff, help cover operations. But our rookie class, I'll go in order here. Hazel Thrash, if you guys just want to just do a quick wave so everyone gets to know you. Owen Shear, Riley Bailey, Blaine Pistorius, Tristan Mora, Katie Cook, Madison Clark, Trevor Medley, Lucy Innes is not here tonight, Sebastian Curley, Cole Stiegel, Flynn Mundell, Elizabeth DiBenedetto, Caden Latine, Andrew Garcia, Andre Drummy, and Julian Basel, and Kailani Guillermeris.
So they're going to experience the best job in the world, and hopefully they don't ever leave. They continue just to work and work and work, and they're going to have the best experience in their life. Big learning curve, but they'll have the best experience in their life. National Beach Safety Week, so important for us. You know, it's our call to bring out awareness to the dangers, right? So our big thing is prevention. Right now, we've had 310 rescues since the beginning of the year. March, we saw 185 rescues. Normally for March, if you go 10, 15, 20 years, it's 14 rescues. We had air temperatures on the beach at 89. During the week, we wouldn't have any towers open. We had 4 towers open, 8 on the weekends, normally 3. All the numbers were just incredible, and it was. In the meantime, they were doing training for all the rookies at the same time. So they were getting a lot of good, seeing what it would be like for summertime. And Mother Nature knows what's going on because the water temperature hit 70 degrees today. And summer is upon us, Memorial Weekend. So National Beach Safety Week started on Monday, and it goes through Memorial Day. And like I said, it kicks off, and our whole summer will go through Labor Day. But we know here in San Clemente, we don't have a winter. It's 12 months a year. So anyways, the mayor talked about some safety tips. Sean's just going to highlight some, and we'll give that as a takeaway. And I want to thank the mayor, the council members, the city administration, the Lifeguard Foundation. We have Greg Holzheiser, Larry Moore out here, board members. They're here. They donated money. They approved some grants, but one of the gifts that they give them is binos and a water bottle, and they're going to meet them at the outside after this meeting. I want to thank Kinetic partnership that we have. I want to thank the Friends of San Clemente for their support and the community. So thank you very much, and Sean will leave us with a few safety tips.
All right, thank you. The mayor already touched on a few of these, so I'll be really quick here. First, always swim near an open lifeguard tower. Check in with the lifeguard about the current conditions. We just put these guys through 110 hours, so please go up and talk to them and ask where to go and what to do. Learn about rip current safety. Over 90% of our rescues occur in rip currents. Swim with a buddy, never swim alone. A big one is know your limits. Don't push yourself if someone you see is going way out and that's not your skill level. And then protect yourself. Use sunscreen, stay hydrated. Always enter the water feet first. And we look forward to seeing you guys on the beach this summer. Thank you.
Everybody take a knee, you can stand up afterwards.
Get a row in front so we can type.
Oh, we'll get it. Andy, get in here.
Right, everybody, do that one.
Congratulations. Well done. Well done. All you guys.
We didn't have enough money for everybody to get a jacket?
Hey, Ron, I want to see this in your office. Do we have another? Oh, we got, hey, guys, hang here another second.
We will. The last special presentation is presentation of a proclamation proclaiming May through August 2026 as Drowning Prevention Awareness Season. We have Orange County Fire Authority Division Chief Mall here to accept the proclamation.
Jesus, I'm not giving you another plaque. You're not getting another plaque. How are you?
How are you? So,
We got the mic someplace. Oh, here it is. Go ahead.
all right, I guess well, we wait for these people to leave, but
All those unruly people in the back, yeah.
as a member of the Orange County Fire Authority and a member of the City Council, I guess it's my honor to read this. Whereas the United States unintentional drowning, are we doing, is this?
That's what it is, yeah.
Okay, drowning. Seen a concerning rise with over 4,500 deaths each year from 2000 to 2020 to 2022, marking an increase of 300 annual fatalities compared to 2019. And whereas drowning remains a leading cause of injury-related deaths among children under 5 in California, approximately 60 children in this age group losing their lives to drowning each year. Whereas drowning incidents can occur silently and swiftly, often in as little as 20 to 60 seconds, and whereas drowning can occur in as little as 2 inches of water among infants 1 year and under, 2/3 of all drownings occur in bathtubs, whereas every child who dies from drowning, another 7 receive emergency department care for non-fatal submersion injuries, which can result in long-term disabilities. Whereas the themes of this year's water safety campaign, Always Watch the Water and Never Swim Alone, give in-depth information that will be provided by staff on the Orange County residents on what they could do to prevent drowning. And whereas the initiative set forth in ABCs of water safety programs will increase public awareness regarding the proper procedures to prevent this needless tragedy. And whereas Orange County Fire Authority will be taking this opportunity to increase public awareness about drowning prevention through a robust community and outreach campaign. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Rick Loeffler, and the mayor of San Clemente, acting on behalf of the City Council and the citizens of San Clemente, do hereby proclaim it as Always Watch the Water and Never Swim Alone 2026 campaign. There you go.
Thank you, sir. You want to say? Please. Do I want to say anything? Of course I
You
want.
never give up the
Yes,
microphone.
I'll never give up. No, thank you very much, Mayor, Council. Appreciate everybody. It's really actually kind of fun having the lifeguards having been here tonight. Please, if you see them out there, I did that job for 7 years. That's a real job. They save lives every single day. So thank them when you see them on the beach. They are legit. What they do on a daily basis is pretty amazing. But yes, I appreciate this. It's always good just to bring a reminder, especially as we come into summer, about drowning prevention, as drowning can hit any age. It's the leading cause of death for kids under 5. But actually, the statistics in Orange County, it's actually the majority of them are under 5, and an equal amount are over 65. So it affects everybody, believe it or not. Myself, the sheriff's department, my fire department friends, unfortunately, we've been on these calls, and when we do go on these calls, these are the worst calls that we can go on. They're traumatic for everybody involved. But one thing that we never hear from a family when we walk in is, man, I was sitting right there and I watched the whole thing happen. Or, I'm sorry, no, what we never hear from the family is, oh, I was inside just kind of hanging out and that just happened out of nowhere. What you always hear is, man, I was right there. I turned around for 1 second and this is what happened. It always happens just that fast. It's silent and it happens really, really quickly. What we're really preaching is just the ABCs of water safety. The A is active adult supervision. So anytime you're down at the beach, you're going to be watched by these great lifeguards, but when there's no lifeguards on duty or it's late in the day, please be watching your kids, be careful yourself, know your limits. When you're at pools, make sure somebody's watching the pool. Even if your kids know how to swim, I have kids, they're crazy. You know what they do in pools, they go crazy, they hit their head, they end up on the bottom. So things can happen, so please have an adult watching at all times. The other one's barriers. If you have pools, or you're going to pools, make sure that they have fences up, especially if you have the little ones. Have the fences up around the pools, and the fence is only as good as the door that opens and closes and lets people in. Unfortunately, we've been on these calls, we can all attest to it, where they had a fence up, but somebody propped the fence up because they were having a party and people wanted to be able to get in easier than opening the little door, and a little kid would crawl in. So they're horrible when that happens. So please, the B is at having those barriers, having those fences up. And C is take classes. Make sure the kids get their swim lessons really early. Take all the classes that the lifeguards give. Junior lifeguard program is amazing, so get them in that so they're water safe. We're all in the ocean every day. But make sure they're taking classes, and then also CPR classes. The majority of our 5 and under drowning calls are kids who actually make it. And that's because somebody there knows CPR, and kids are resilient. And if you start CPR real quick, most of those kids make it. And it's pretty incredible to see. So the statistics on the kids they're not all fatal. Actually, majority are not fatal drowning incidents. So please take the CPR classes, make sure everybody knows how to swim. Thank you, I appreciate this very much. Appreciate bringing awareness to this, so thank you.
Great job, Shane. Thank you.
What number plaque is
737th plaque.
I'm in the storage facility.
it? Just use last year's.
Thank you guys, appreciate it. Thank you, Shane. Appreciate it. Thanks, Shane. Nice.
Mayor, before we move on from special presentations, we do have one speaker, Ed Molina, who would like to speak under special presentations. Is Ed still here?
Oh, is Ed here? Ed's here. Step on up, Ed. It's a pleasure to see you.
Good evening, council members. Thank you, Mayor Leffler. I just want to say a couple words, and this is sort of unplanned speech, but I do want to take the time to recognize our Rotarians. I've been a Rotarian for many years. Melinda, what she didn't say was she was past president of our Rotary Club. She's a wealth of information, super dedicated, committed. Where I want to go with this in the next couple of minutes, or a couple of seconds, not minutes. I know, but it's, what I saw tonight is I'm encouraged to see the youth here, the lifeguards, high schoolers, that, you know, as an older member of the community, I see the hope, I see some great things, the commitment, the feeling of community, you know, the saying about it takes a village. We had hundreds of people that helped get this certification for the city, and it was people from all walks of life. Our motto for the Rotary is service above self. And again, it's something that we all believe in, collaborative effort from everybody. But I just want to say that I'm just encouraged to see so many of our youth here in town that were involved. I would also just say, hey, join the Rotary someday, because it's a global organization that I've been blessed to be part of. And again, I do want to recognize the team that Melinda had, Melinda and Tyler and Laura. Who did I miss, Melinda? I missed somebody else. And McPhinius, who's an outstanding young man. He will be going to the Coast Guard, so you probably know that. But I just want to share a few thoughts. And again, I want to thank you so much. And it's a pleasure to be here. And again, congratulations, San Clemente and Rotary.
Thank you for the great comments, Ed.
Next item on the agenda is council member reports.
Councilmember Wu, are you ready to go?
Thank you, Mayor. I put all the information on the slide, so I'm going to just quickly read through them.
It's coming up, sorry.
Attended Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control Board budget workshop. They have a much simpler budget than the city, so it's easy to go through. Attended the SCAG annual conference as a transportation committee member. I met some people there about LA 28. We're going to have some meeting upcoming with LA 28 as well as the SCAG transportation planner on this issue about the transportation solution at the trestles. May 14th, attend Orange County City Selection Committee meeting on behalf of Mayor Rick Loeffler. May 16th, attended a Marine Raider Battalion Memorial Plaque dedication at Park Semper Fi. And on 18th, attended OCFA heliport groundbreaking ceremony. I wish someone has an image of that, what the heliport is. It's a big container that automated water tank, so firefighter helicopter can just fly over, refuel their water buckets, and then continue to use that. It's a nice feature to have to help the wildfire prevention in Clemente. Thank you.
Mark?
Yes, thank you. I attended two of those same things. I want to just briefly talk a little bit more about them. The first one was the 1st Marine Raider Battalion Memorial. Thank you to Park Semper Fi and Wayne Eggleston for and all those involved to making that happen. If you go there, you can go to the very left part, you can see this memorial for the 12 service members that gave the ultimate sacrifice for this country. And these are the guys who, like, this is the 1% of the 1% of the Marines. And the battalion moved to the East Coast, but a lot of the family members still remain in San Clemente, and there wasn't a memorial place for them on the West Coast. So very proud that San Clemente is now has that memorial spot for all these families, and that they are always welcome here in San Clemente. Also on the groundbreaking for the water tank, this thing is incredible that the helicopters can come in, grab the water, and it fills right back up immediately. Thank you to OCFA, the great partnership, and I want to thank all those involved with the city, OCFA, Supervisor Katrina Foley, and the Rancho San Clemente HOA for working together to make this happen. It'll be a huge asset for our fire capabilities, firefighting capabilities, especially as we get into these drier seasons.
Thank you, Mark. Victor?
Oh, sure. I wanted to report, I'm required to report that on the...
Is your mic on?
Yeah, it is. Southern California Association of Governments, I was the voting delegate there. Since then, I've had meetings with their new director about creating an Olympics task force, and I think that's going to come along. We had also a meeting this past week with the Chamber of Commerce, and Andy and I were there and attended about the downtown area. We had a meeting with various community members about water line issues, golf issues, sand issues in Cypress Shores. Had a meeting today with the Songs nuclear power plant on next steps there here and in Washington, looking at national legislation. I'm also going to meet, not at government expense, but at my own expense, with the Department of Transportation, Deputy Secretary, related to the issue of the trains and the train stops. So that'll be in Washington this week. But really, I have Chief Mall, who I'm going to give the rest of my time to, who has a short little presentation.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Cabral and City Council. I appreciate this opportunity, as there was a fire here last week, and it's always good to talk about these. I don't even know how many of the residents know that there was a fire, but that's kind of our goal, is to keep them all small enough that no one even knows it happened. So I'll just give you a quick recap of the fire. Last Saturday, May 19th, OCFA firefighters responded along with the Orange County Sheriff's Department to a vegetation fire just over the hill here on Amenacer and La Pata. The battalion chief in the back, Brian Roberts, was the incident commander working alongside the sheriffs on it. Fortunately, the crews made a really aggressive attack on the fire and were able to hold it at just 1 acre, which was good. It was running uphill. And as you can see in everything that's happened around Southern California, things are burning right now. So that was a really good stop by the crews on the ground, as well as we had our Firehawks there to support them as well. Like I said, we held it at just 1 acre. I want to thank the Sheriff's Department. We train with them regularly for these fires, for these events. They were shoulder to shoulder with us at the command post, blocking traffic so our crews can make access, as well as working on what the evacuation plan would be. So it's a really good team effort on all of these fires. The big part too is just, as you likely know, one of the dangers with any kind of vegetation fire is rekindles. A lot of times there's fire underground, things that you don't see, and fires can light up, much like the fires up in LA. One thing that we do here at the OCFA, just for everybody's peace of mind, is we have a pretty in-depth mop-up plan. So after the fire's out, we end up patrolling it. We ended up patrolling it through that night. We would come out and patrol it a few times, but we also call out our drone program. Our drones actually have heat detecting, and they come out and they fly the entire fire and find any hot spots, and it'll find hot spots underground. And as we're flying it, we'll walk crews into that spot. They'll dig, they'll find the hot burning coals, and they'll be able to extinguish them. So we make sure all fire's out. And then we continue to do that for 3 full days after the fire. So it's one of the things that we really take a lot of pride in, just to make sure that we don't, if the winds kick up a couple days later, a lot of fires can get going again. So we were able to do that. And like I said, we were able to hold it to 1 acre. And we have just a short video if you want to show it here.
Mayor, I just wanted to, one of the reasons for showing this is that it was, the proximity to San Clemente was so close. Actually, just 2 weeks ago, the city manager and I and Wayne Eagleson walked that, well, we drove in a car actually, but we did walk a lot of that area there looking for a place for the Marines to go and dig. But what we have here in San Clemente, very close to homes, is a real threat to our communities. And it's a threat that we need to take very seriously, because if the winds change, we're in a dangerous situation. I just want to end with this. We were all up there. I think all 5 of us were up there at the helipod. One of the things when we started out, we all took a load of a shovel full of dirt and threw it up in the air. It started blowing back at us, sort of like a Santa Ana. By the time we actually did it for the photos, it was blowing the other way. The reality is the wind in this area can shift in a minute and go from one direction to another direction. That's why I'd like to really thank what the OCFA does. Actually, when we were there too, we were standing there with the fire. I was standing there with the fire chief when we looked out and we saw fire at Camp Pendleton. So the fire chief called up Camp Pendleton and said, "Hey, you know about this fire?" Camp Pendleton said, "No, we don't know about it," but it was pretty significant fire. Those are the kind of fires that can sweep through San Clemente if they're not taken care of. Luckily, we actually have the technology today to observe those and to take care of them. And I think the OCFA is doing an extraordinary job to take care of all those fires. So thank you.
Thank you. And I just, from the OCFA, really want to thank the city. The partnership, I mean, this last year, we've made some huge strides in fire prevention with getting the helipad here at Station 59, so we can have a helicopter here when there's fire weather. The helipad up on the top of the hill, that's just going to allow our helicopters to knock these fires down quickly. So really, truly, thank you for everything that the city's doing, and I appreciate it.
Can I ask you a quick question? Of
course.
We happened to be up at Target when this was going on, so we're kind of watching the Firehawks, whatever, and then drove up La Plata. And what are those big boxy trucks? They almost look like a giant ambulance.
Oh, that's where our hand crew. So the hand crew firefighters, they come with about between 23 and 25 people. So they come with two big, basically look like school buses, really high. So they bring them out. The hand crew is the one, before we can declare a fire out, you have to have line all the way around it of clean dirt. So they go all the way around the entire fire. They work hard.
Okay.
They're hard workers, yeah. So you'll see them at all our fires.
Thank you.
One other thing, if I may. There's a big fire going on near LA. Can you tell us just a little bit about the risk and what's happening there? Because this is fire season.
Yeah, fire season's, there's fires kind of going everywhere. Riverside, LA, we have a helicopter down in San Diego down at the border fighting a big fire because they're out of air assets right now throughout the southern region. There's so many fires going. Up in LA, Ventura area, they already have Santa Ana winds. They're under red flag. So the wind conditions up there are pretty incredible. I think the one is up to 1,300 acres with a ton of evacuations in place. And then the one out in Riverside area is up to 900 acres, I believe, with evacuations. That one's moving quick with the wind as well. So we're definitely getting ready for fire season. Fortunately, we're jumping on everything really quick. We've had a lot of fires actually in Orange County that probably no one heard about over the last few weeks. A few just within this division. Mission Viejo's had one, so we've had a few, but they've all been real small, fortunately. So we'll continue.
Thank you, Shane.
Yeah, that's
Steve?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I just want to say that with the fire season upon us, last year we had several hundred volunteers come of our community members to knock down brush in troubled areas. And then we started the GOAT program. And we're a year into that, and we don't have a GOAT program active in town. So when the appropriate time comes at the end of our agenda, I'd like to ask for the city manager to report at our next meeting on the status of the GOAT problem with the fuel reduction. I attended a couple meetings since our last council meeting with our state legislators, State Assemblywoman Lori Davies and State Senator Tony Strickland, to talk about our local sand issues. I attended also the San Clemente Pregnancy Resource Center annual gala. I attended a meeting with a company called Gate 5, which provides wastewater treatment facilities. They'll be presenting an opportunity for the city of San Clemente to consider in the next few weeks, I think. I think that'll be beneficial to our city. I also attended the helipad dedication with the rest of my colleagues, and Victor, thank you for the work you're doing on the fire authority. Great job. I attended a couple meetings regarding traffic safety with various community members regarding traffic calming in neighborhoods where downhill speeds has been a particular issue, and I appreciate the city staff's work in coordinating those issues. I unfortunately missed the chamber meeting this last month because my uncle had a 100th birthday in Santa Rosa, so I was out of town having fun there. But coming back through the Central Valley, we saw several pretty significant fires in the distance. So the fire season is upon us, and I appreciate everything our fire authorities doing and what my colleagues have done to help mitigate that risk to our city. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. That
Thank you,
concludes my
Steve.
remarks.
Okay, if you want to put up, do a slide of the highlights of some of the things. Same things that my colleagues were all kind of do the same things together. Only thing I'd like to highlight is last Saturday we had the Sports Wall of Fame presentation. This year, 3 athletes, and that's, if you ever go up to the Vista Hermosa Sports Park at the pool, you go to like the far and well, you look at the pool, go to the left, you'll see a big wall, and we've recognized a lot of athletes that have San Clemente ties. And this time they put 3 people on that wall. Brandon Talaferro, who was an All-American at UCLA and a national champion who played volleyball here at San Clemente High School. John Hamrow, who just retired as the athletic director at San Clemente High School after 30 years of service. And he was also in 2011 was the ESPN Coach of the Year. Pretty impressive. And Lisa Lauricella, soccer, she was a 1987 All-American at UCSB, Hall of Fame high school coach here, and a CIF champion. So, yeah, put 3 great athletes up there. If you have a chance to go up to the sports park there, take a look. I think you'll really enjoy it. Last thing is, last meeting we announced a little bit different on our comment cards, what we're doing now. So once an item is being heard, there are no more comment cards going to be heard on that. So if you can put in a comment card on every item if you'd like to, and you're stacked. And if you don't want to talk, you don't have to talk. But once we've started the comments on an item, no more additional cards. So we're getting ready for Oral Communications 1 now. So if anybody hasn't put in a card and wants to speak, now is the time to do it. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait for Oral Communications 2. So thank you.
Okay, and on that note, we will begin oral communications part 1, and I'll call the first several speakers. Amanda Quintanilla, followed by Greg Holsizer, followed by George Gregory, followed by Lois McNichol. Amanda?
Yes, I have a PowerPoint presentation. I'm honored to be here to speak on behalf of Vonnie Barnes, and hopefully it'll come up soon. And she wanted to say thank you all for celebrating the groundbreaking event for the helipod to be installed along the Ridgeline Trail in our Rancho San Clemente Community Association. And I think it's going to be a couple of weeks for that to come in. Next slide, please. So I think Councilmember Sunwoo already mentioned that a helipod is a water tank covering helicopters extend a hose down into the tank and draw up the water to drop on burn areas. The helicopters which do not land on the ground are stored on helipads and are located elsewhere. Next slide, please. And the site, sorry for the spelling error there. The site was first cleared and leveled with OCFA, Bobcat, and other bulldozers. And there she is, waving. And next slide, please. And then the Bobcat on-site area with our RSCCAs, HOAs in the background. Next slide, please. And groundbreaking, where these golden shovels rested against the Bobcat right before our council members. Next slide, please. Have the pleasure of doing this groundbreaking. Attendees preparing to break the ground from left, Mayor Pro Tem Steve Noblock, Mayor Rick Loeffler, Councilmember Victor Cabral, Supervisor Katrina Foley, Fire Chief TJ McGovern, RSCCA Board President Vonnie Barnes, Councilmember Zen Wu, OCFA Division Chief Shane Mall, and City Council Member Mark N. Meyer. And next slide, please. And this is a slide where there's all these firefighters and media attended the groundbreaking event, and it was such a really positive experience, and I'm glad that it was a positive experience, and I think this is such a great thing. It was on the news, and Vonnie sent me a clip of that, and I didn't include that in this, but one thing that she did say is that this is an extra added fire prevention measure, and that after the 1976 fire, RSCCA basically has had 30 years of clearing out brush in their open spaces. So she's been very diligent, and she is just amazing, and she's really made a huge contribution, and she's really, Dave Rievendorf, I don't think was there, but he did meet with them in October of last year, so that was really great. And I'm not seeing Andy Hall there, so maybe he was a little shy there. But anyways, have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amanda, and give our thanks to Vonnie. We did thank her that day, but yes, she has been a big supporter.
Oh, she was so happy about it. Yeah, thank
great.
you. Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
our city manager, who is a humble man.
Taking
was there-
photos.
Was there doing his job very well.
Greg Holsizer?
Good evening, Mayor Loeffler and members of City Council. I'm Greg Holsizer, president of the San Clemente Lifeguard and Junior Guard Foundation. I have to say it was amazing to have the rookie lifeguards here tonight. That was me 53 years ago. And my only claim to fame is that Lisa Loricella, which was then Lisa Bush, was one of my junior lifeguards in 1975. So I guess that's the reason I have all these gray hairs. Anyway, tonight, wanted to give you an update in terms of where we are with the rescue sculpture project. And if you can go to the next slide, Laura, appreciate it. Thank you very much. As you're aware, this is location, and the sculpture celebrates the city's 90-plus year commitment to ocean safety and the legacy of our brave ocean lifeguards. And I'm happy to promote to let you know that when I was here back in January, that I believe what I said was that we were at about $150,000, which was halfway towards our goal of $300,000. So tonight, I'm happy to say, if you could put the next slide up, I didn't want to bury the lead, that we're at over $200,000 in donations. And in fact, I did a count right before I came to the council meeting, and we're at about almost $220,000. We're well on our way. The most amazing thing is that we've had over 100 donations to date. And of our Friends program, which is anyone who contributes $1,000 or more, will have their name on this plaque on the back of the sculpture. We've had, actually, it's now up to 46 or 47 of people donate at that level. And just yesterday, I received a call from one of our former ocean lifeguards, and he has pledged $50,000 for the next $50,000 in match. So if we can get $50,000, he'll put his in, and we'll be at our $300,000 goal. So that's what I would hope that we can accomplish. Next slide, please. We've been very fortunate to have the community behind us. Here are some of our photo op pictures. On the left, we see Dr. James Swords, a dentist in town, and his staff. We have the Fisherman's Restaurant. We have Rod's Tree Service there. We have the Orange County Fire Authority Employee Association. We have Glaukos Corporation. And then on the right, we have a big check for $50,000 from Rainbow Sandals and Sparky there. And we just don't have a picture yet, but I did want to give a shout out to Sonance Corporation. They have pledged $20,000 in donation and then $40,000 in matching funds, which we have already exceeded. So we're very thankful for their support. And then so lastly, last slide, I'd just like to invite the community to jump in and participate with us, help us to close that gap. If you could do the next slide, please, because it's the most important one, because it has the QR code. So anybody who has a phone and wants to take a picture of the QR code, that'll take you right to our donation information and donation site. So thank you so much. We appreciate your support. Looking forward to coming back again and letting you know that we've completely closed the gap. We're ready to get underway. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Greg.
George Gregory, followed by Lois McNichol, followed by Donna Vadreen.
Howdy, Council. George Gregory, North Beach. Long before I bolted a ladder rack onto my truck and made me a criminal in this community, I bolted things onto my hot rods for style, for ambience, for performance. Our hot rod in our community is our little trolley. And we can easily bolt an accessory onto our trolley that will help mutually for health and safety, mutually for traffic, and mutually for parking. This thing is nothing but a surf rack in the back of the trolley. This will definitely help health and safety, parking, and traffic. One of the most awkward things I've ever seen is somebody trying to haul a surfboard with a bicycle. And for some reason, we've made that illegal on the beach trail. So now they're on El Camino Real again with this awkward surfboard attached to their bicycle or e-bike. And they're endangering themselves, and not to mention others. If you got to avoid them, you might go into head-on traffic or something. Let's face it, there's no barrier on El Camino Real. It's a very simple thing to do. We could build them custom, or probably order them. I wish I'd sent this to you. I don't know how to get it up on the screen, but it's a very simple device. Maybe, Rick, you could hold it in front of your face for one moment so people could see it or something.
Just hold it right there, the camera can see it.
Yeah.
I don't know where the camera is, so.
Face it toward us.
Oh, towards me.
There you
Okay.
go.
All right, there you go. So anyways, folks, it's a very inexpensive thing. And just think about it. Some of the parents is going to free up their time, because then they can send a gaggle of kids down to the beach on their own. As long as they stick together, they're safe. Mutually beneficial things like this should happen almost immediately. Another mutually beneficial thing, I think, would be a harbor in our community here. We keep complaining we can't afford to meet our budgets or our needs. And Newport and Dana Point definitely outperforms us. Huntington Beach outperforms you. If you want some of that gold, if you don't realize you're sitting on a gold mine, you are. If you want some of that gold, and if you want to help your community, you decide about this. I had a very emotional discussion with somebody who said, well, we don't have the money. Well, we don't want the money yet because somebody will take it like the parking fund. We want to make the decision that we want a harbor, that we want the health and safety, the marine safety, all, the paddle boarding, the fishing, the boating, the charters, all of that business and all of that welfare before we get the money. So I hope we can start this discussion soon. And please, the trolley, real simple. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Mr. City Manager, could we look into the feasibility? Could you pass that photo up, George, to our city manager, please? And I think he can take a look at maybe making that
I
happen.
can even weld them up there, Randy. Piece of cake.
Thanks, George.
Thank you.
Lois McNichol, followed by Donna Vidrine, followed by Mike Weshberg.
Okay. I was alarmed to hear that this council, especially the mayor, is considering measures that restrict public participation and raise serious First Amendment concerns. The Brad Malamud versus San Clemente case should serve as a warning. Policies affecting free speech cannot simply appear on an agenda without proper codification and transparency. The proposed restrictions include requiring blue speaker cards to be turned in to the assistant city manager prior to the agenda item, and restricting citizens to speaking during only one of the 2 oral communication sections. For the last 8 years, speaker cards have been submitted to the city clerk, and Laura has consistently gone out of her way to help residents complete them properly. The council also previously extended courtesy for late cards, which helped create a welcoming atmosphere instead of a bureaucratic obstacle course. The assistant city manager was hired to help reduce the workload of the city manager, not to police public participation. San Clemente City Council is starting to resemble Sacramento. Endless fixation on procedural control instead of solving real problems facing the community. Government loses credibility when it prioritizes blue speaker cards the same way Sacramento obsesses over plastic bags while bigger issues go unresolved. Public meetings exist to inform citizens and hear them, not discourage participation through procedural barriers. Any policy affecting constitutional rights must be formally adopted through ordinances or official written rules, not selectively enforced or casually inserted into agendas. When government invents rules that are not actually codified, trust erodes quickly. Transparency, consistency, and equal treatment matter. The fact that citizens may have to spend hundreds of dollars just to challenge questionable procedures is exactly why these protections are important. Government should make participation easier, not more expensive or intimidating. A healthy city welcomes public input. It does not screen it out.
Thank you, Lois.
Donna Vidrine, followed by Mike Weshberg, followed by Louise Herbert.
Good evening. There has been significant community support for renegotiating the federal surveillance camera agreement due to serious concerns raised by San Clemente residents. Those concerns include the proposed surveillance camera location not being appropriate for its stated purpose, the lack of meaningful oversight regarding the surveillance system, and the decision to move forward with installation despite clear and demonstrated public opposition. This surveillance camera proposal was initially advanced under then Mayor Steve Knobloch and moved forward quickly without sufficient public input or transparent community discussion. While the stated intent may have been to improve coastal security and address concerns such as human trafficking and unauthorized maritime activity, many residents do not believe this particular surveillance camera, especially in its current proposed location, is the right solution for improving public safety in San Clemente. In addition, individuals with expertise in surveillance technology and camera systems have publicly called for a reevaluation of the surveillance camera agreement, camera placement, operational oversight, and overall effectiveness before installation proceeds. We respectfully ask the City Council to pause and reconsideration this federal surveillance camera agreement. Please listen to the many San Clemente residents you were elected to represent and direct qualified experts with technical knowledge of surveillance systems to fully review and advise on this project before any final action is taken. Thank you for your consideration. Donna Vidrine, San Clemente resident.
Thank you, Donna.
Mike Weschberg, followed by Louise Herbert.
I want to apologize for the hat. I visited the dermatologist today. She said, keep it covered. I have spoken previously to you about the surveillance tower, and I shared some supporting material. I'm an electrical engineer, 13-year resident of San Clemente. Community views are divided, as you just heard, with some residents opposing the towers and others supporting it. As an engineer who has spent much of his career developing tools to protect our nation and its service members, I'm concerned when a system intended to enhance public safety may not effectively do its job or may do so inefficiently. That is what I see here with the proposed tower. In this case, I believe there's a practical solution that would better align the tower system with its stated goals while addressing key public concerns. I respectfully urge the council to reopen discussions with DHS regarding the lease contract executed in January and consider these changes at least. The relocatable tower should be relocated to a coastal location. The contract should specify that the tower is intended for maritime surveillance and not just undefined surveillance purposes. And the contract should include terms making the federal government accountable for any misuse of the tower or its data, whether intentional or unintentional, in order to help protect the city from liability. I appreciate your consideration of these concerns and recommendations. I hope the council will take this opportunity to revisit the matter and pursue revisions that better serve both public safety and community trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Louise Herbert.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to council once again. There's two things that have preceded me at the mic here that made me think how that correlates with what our proposal is for relocation of the spy tower. One was, it was brought up how wonderfully attended the groundbreaking was for the helipad. I would like to see that happen when the tower goes up at the correct location. Number two, somebody brought up mutually beneficial surfboard racks on trolleys. I would also like to see a mutually benefit location for our spy tower. I cannot believe that our city council, city management, city attorneys have not reached out to somebody like Mike Weschberg. I am pleased to be following him this evening. He is an expert, far more expert than the combined knowledge of anybody in our city government here whatsoever. He has quantified his background many times to you in documentation, which you can vet quite readily and easily, including putting such systems, specialized, not making for production line, specialized up in our Alaska military bases to intercept incoming missiles. Now think about that, gentlemen. None of you have any background that would come close to that. We have this wonderful expert within our midst who's not looking to stop our security, but to make it reasonable, to make it more profitable in saving people's lives, to make it more logical, just plain logic, and yet you're not taking advantage of it. I would propose that there be an addendum made to the existing contract that states a different location for it, and to follow the points that Mike has outlined so that we are covered by both the safety that it can offer and also the safety to the citizens of San Clemente, San Juan, Dana Point, Capo Beach, all of those that are being affected by this. This will definitely affect our economic status when we have the Olympics. If we're known as a town that has the ability to spy on people, you will see our income ratio drop as well. I thank you for taking this into consideration and use the wealth of the citizens' knowledge within our community to be better in serving us. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. I don't think anybody questions Mike's resume as far as his experience. Thank you.
I appreciate that and use it.
Let me just also add, if I could, Mr. Mayor. It's been commented that this was rushed through without analysis or public input. We had no less than 3 public hearings with the entire community had an opportunity to speak, and the same people that objected to the border security were objecting to the camera. And we've heard the objections, and to say that it wasn't considered is simply not true.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is motion waiving reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Noblock. Second by Councilmember Cabral. All in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0.
Consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action.
Seeing none?
None, all right. Closed session.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
If I could, at the end of the meeting, when we have items to be considered, I guess with the fire season on, maybe I could just make the request now that we agendize a report from the city manager regarding the status of the GOAT project for fire fuel reduction.
For this meeting or the next meeting?
For the next meeting.
Oh.
I think we mentioned that earlier, but that may be appropriate time on the agenda to ask for that.
Sure, I'll second it.
But again, for the next meeting.
Sure, for the next meeting. Okay.
Order, if we can just do that when we get to the future agenda item meetings.
Yeah, we'll just skip it at the end now.
Okay, thank you.
Closed session report, city attorney.
Thank you. The council met in closed session on item A. There was direction given and no reportable action. Thank you.
Staff communications.
Mayor and council, I do have copies for each member of the city council of the recent point in time summary. It's got a lot of information in it regarding the count of homeless individuals in our community, and so I will distribute that to the members of the city council. It is also likely on the Orange County website, so there's that. Also wanted to make sure that the council got a copy of the most recent American Shore and Beach Preservation Association Awards of over 100 beach nourishment programs that happened in the United States in the last year. San Clemente, California was the #1 and most successful beach restoration program in the nation. So that was a very, very good thing that happened in the community. So get you copies of that as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is public hearings. The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the city council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. Item 8A is a de novo appeal hearing of public hearing project PHP 25-323, development permit 25-324, and conditional use permit 25-329 Hanson Hotel. And I do want to make a note that we have a translator in the back of the room for those requiring Spanish translation.
Thank you. We'll open the public meeting.
May I like to make a disclosure?
I was just about to, you have to wait till after I open the public hearing. So now it's open. Now I will ask each council member if they have any ex parte disclosures. Councilmember Wu.
Thank you. I had a ex parte communication with a Marblehead coastal resident, David Liu. Answered his questions about the procedures regarding public notification, public notice, city's secret review, and the coastal commission review process. My decision will be made based solely on the evidence presented in the public hearing, not the private conversation.
Thank you. Other council members?
Mine are the same as I disclosed last time.
And mine also is that I had talked to the developers probably going on 2 years ago now when they were first talking about moving this forward, and that was that. Okay.
I also had same as last time, I had a conversation with United 11 over the phone back in April. I'm not certain on the exact date, but I had one phone call.
Okay. And any communications after the item was agendized, and I think you handed us
The communication that we've received there is on the city's website, in the back of the room, in a folder, and each of the council members and everyone here at the dais has copies.
Perfect. Okay, I guess we will now go to the staff report. Mr. Atamian.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, Adam Atamian, Community Development Director. I apologize, I'm getting over something. I am joined by one of our planners, John Champa, the project planner for this item. He will go through a PowerPoint presentation outlining the project and summarizing the staff report. We are also joined by Christine Bogue, who is our representative from Michael Baker International, our CEQA consultant on this project.
All right, good evening, Mayor Loeffler, City Council members. John Champ will be presenting to you the Hanson Hotel project, which is a request for a development permit as well as a conditional use permit. Just a quick overview of the project. It is a 61-room or hotel room boutique hotel. It also includes a 3,380 square foot rooftop bar and restaurant with alcohol service. There are two cafes that are inclusive of the project. One of them is a walk-up cafe near the corner. And it also includes a guest pool and bar, as well as amplified music, and 2 levels of subterranean parking, which provide 104 parking spaces. The project design is proposing a Spanish colonial revival design to be in compliance with the city's architectural overlay requirements. So here we have the elevation of the structure. This is standing along North El Camino Real, viewing the project to the, we'll call it the east. As you can see here, it incorporates many of the Spanish colonial revival architectural elements with the Spanish tile roofs. We've got a turret. All of the key fundamental Spanish colonial revival architectural elements have been incorporated in this design, including the windows and doors and heavy wood timber elements here. One point to mention in terms of the architectural design and sensitivity to the site is that it is somewhat compressed down into the site, as you can see, with Pico off to the right-hand side. And as you can see, it steps from 1 story to 2 stories and then 3 stories as it progresses further to the north. Here there are several view simulations that were prepared as part of the evaluation of the project to ensure compliance with the city's general plan as well as its coastal land use plan. And here we have a view from the Marblehead Coastal Trail above the site. As you can see, very limited visibility from this location. Again, there were several vantage points considered. This one is located within the city's general plan as well as the coastal land use plan along Avenida Pico. As you can see here again, the project is stepped to the north to maintain that public scenic view corridor traveling down Avenida Pico. Oh, did we miss one? There we go. Okay. Also, the project site is adjacent to the North Beach Historic District, which has 5 historic resources located within it, which are inclusive of public buildings as well as commercial and recreation buildings, which really contribute to the historic character of this district that was established in the beginning of the 1920s. So in the review and evaluation of the project site, the applicant as well as staff evaluated the project and its design to ensure consistency and compatibility with the historic district, and with that incorporated in the 1 to 3 story massing transition that we spoke of, as well as the architectural design incorporated in some of the similar architectural elements that are representative of the historic resources within the district, like the obviously the architectural design as well as the turret and other elements. And then last, there's public viewing and access enhancements that have been incorporated in, as well as public access along the perimeter of the site, as well as the use of the restaurant, which would be accessible to the public, and providing additional public views for the property that'd be accessible to the public and patrons. Next, the project site is again located in the North Beach area and is surrounded by several elements of connectivity. Here, obviously, we have the Metrolink train station that's located there and a trolley stop. Both of those are located within 400 feet of the project site. Additionally, we have the bike path and then the historical community rail corridor that all are immediately adjacent and traveling through the area. The project has gone through extensive review as part of it. Its first design review subcommittee or cultural heritage subcommittee review was back in December 14th of 2022. And then there was a second review that occurred in April 9th of 2025. Both reviews were supportive of the project and its design. They found that it was compatible with the architectural overlay as well as the North Beach Historic District. And the subcommittee did provide refinements in terms of the architecture, pedestrian design, as well as view corridors to enhance the project and its compatibility in the area. Next, the project was reviewed by the Planning Commission on August 20th, 2025, which would unanimously approve the project and determined that it was consistent with the city's general plan, as well as the design guidelines and the city's coastal land use plan. Key elements that were evaluated as part of the project were its architecture, views, massing, sensitivity related to alcohol service, as well as noise. And all of the key findings and conditions of approval have been incorporated into the draft resolution before you this evening. Following the Planning Commission's approval, the project was appealed by Unite Here on September 2nd, 2025, which has brought us here today. There were several elements that were identified in the appeal letter that have been evaluated and incorporated into the staff report as well as the resolution. Firstly, there were, the city brought on Michael Baker International to assist with the CEQA evaluation, in which part they conducted several field surveys to evaluate the biological conditions of the site. And the assessment concluded that there is no established environmentally sensitive habitat on the site, or ESHA. Also, the project has incorporated in general plan mitigation measures and standard regulations which will be incorporated into the project to bring it to less than a significant impact. Additionally, the project would not result in any new or severe biological impacts beyond those which have been analyzed in the city's general plan EIR. The next topic of the appeal was vehicle miles traveled. Again, Michael Baker International prepared a VMT screening and assessment and determined the project qualifies as CEQA exempt from that evaluation in that, as previously stated, the project site is located within 400 feet of a major transit stop as well as the train and trolley and other assets. So the next issue that was identified was Coastal Act compliance. The project is proposing either 25% affordable overnight accommodations or a potential in lieu fee as part of that. That is conditioned into the project under condition 4.5. The project has been reviewed by staff as well as the Planning Commission, determined to be consistent with the coastal land use plan. And a separate coastal development permit will be required by the Coastal Commission to review the project if approved by the City Council. Lastly, the appeal made note of the project CEQA compliance. In staff's evaluation, along with the assistance of Michael Baker International, identified that the project does qualify for a Section 15183 CEQA streamline review, given that the project is consistent with the city's general plan EIR and land use assumptions and densities identified in it. Additionally, the project is consistent with the city's coastal land use plan, as previously stated, which did rely on the general plan EIR for CEQA consistency. Due to seasonal variations and vegetation, and the appeal resulted in additional technical studies that were prepared to reinforce the justification for the 15183 CEQA determination. There are no new or severe project-specific impacts that were identified as part of that evaluation, and the project is applicable with the general plan EIR mitigation measures, which have been incorporated in as conditions of approval to the project. So lastly, staff is recommending the adoption of the resolution 2656 to find that the project is consistent with the development density established by the Centennial General Plan, for which the city certified the program EIR as on February 4th, 2014, pursuant to Public Records Code Section 21083.3 and the CEQA guidelines as stated as 15183. And secondly, the staff is recommending approval of the project for the development permit as well as the conditional use permit for the hotel project as well as the restaurants and other elements proposed as part of the project. So that concludes staff's presentation. Staff's available for any questions.
Thank you. Council members, we have questions for staff? Seeing none? Okay, now it's time for the applicant to have their 10-minute presentation.
Good evening, Council. Thank you. We are in support of staff's recommendations. We think staff has done a great job at putting together the CEQA reports for this project and analyzing the project. As you can see in our drawings, we actually analyzed the project from a view standpoint, and we actually looked at the local coastal plan approved general plan for Marblehead, and those were two of our views that were actually in our presentation.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but could you identify yourself for the record?
I'm sorry. Jordan Seagraves, architect for the project.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so two of our views, and the first one that John actually presented was a view from the Marblehead presentation. And both those views show the low profile of the project, but we are in general acceptance of staff. We've worked with staff to present this project, and we will let Michael Baker speak to the appeal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Baker here?
Michael Baker and Associates.
Hello, good evening. Kristen Bogue. I'm with Michael Baker International, and I've been contracted by city staff to assist with the CEQA process. So attachment 4 is my documentation, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions for CEQA? Okay, thank you, but just stand by for any possible questions.
Might have some.
We might have some.
Will do.
Yeah, let's hear from the appellate now before any public comments. That's
Okay, Jamie Hall is the appellant. The counsel for appellant.
If you could bring up the PowerPoint presentation.
And could you go ahead and identify yourself for the record?
My name is Jamie Hall, Jamie Hall.
Thank you, sir.
And I'm with Channel Law Group. Okay, and how does the clicker thing work?
Just let me know in all advance.
Okay, great.
Clicker.
All right, thank you. Good evening, my name is Jamie Hall. I'm a land use and environmental attorney with Channel Law Group representing appellant Unite Here Local 11. Next slide. Before I get into my presentation, I first want to provide a little information about my client. Unite Here Local 11 is a union that represents over 32,000 hardworking individuals across Southern California and Phoenix. Local 11 is deeply committed to responsible development, environmental protection, and preserving public coastal access. Next slide. Local 11 has a direct interest in this project. Its members actively use the adjacent Sea Summit and Pico Park trails for recreation and have standing to ensure the city strictly complies with zoning and environmental laws. Next slide. Now a little bit about the background for the project. Next slide. As you've heard from staff, the applicant is proposing a 3-story, 61-room boutique hotel on a 0.8-acre vacant lot in the coastal zone. The project will feature a rooftop bar, a restaurant, 2 cafes, a pool cafe, full alcoholic service, amplified music, and 2 levels of subterranean parking. Next slide. And here you see an aerial view of the project site. The site is immediately adjacent to the Pico Park and Sea Summit Open Space Preserve. The project is one of the only mixed-use zone parcels in the city that directly adjoins an open space area. In fact, it's possibly the only mixed-use parcel in the city that's adjacent to Coastal Act-protected, environmentally sensitive habitat area, otherwise known as ESHA. And as I'll explain later, the project will have a significant effect on special status species and protected habitats in the Marblehead/Sea Summit Open Space Preserve. Next slide. Now a little bit about the appeal timeline. Actually, I'm going to skip that since staff already did that. Next slide. City staff is asking you to adopt resolution number 26-56 to approve this project. To push this through without preparing a full environmental impact report, staff is relying on a newly prepared exemption report from their consultant, Michael Baker International. Staff is claiming this project requires no further environmental review under CEQA Guidelines Section 15183 because the hotel allegedly matches the development density studied years ago under the 2014 Centennial General Plan EIR. By asking you to adopt this resolution, staff is asking you to officially declare that this project has no, quote, peculiar or site-specific environmental impacts that weren't already addressed in 2014. But as I will explain, Section 15183 is a streamlining tool, not a blanket exemption. It legally requires the city to prove that the project's specific, localized effects were adequately analyzed in a prior EIR, and they simply were not. Next slide. Now let's move on to the justifications for appeal. Next slide. There are 4 reasons this project cannot be legally approved tonight. First, Section 15183 is not an exemption and the project doesn't qualify for streamlining. Second, the site is ESHA adjacent and contains sensitive habitat. And third, recent unauthorized cleaning has shifted the environmental baseline. And fourth, the VMT and affordable coastal access analyses are fatally flawed. Next slide. Before I get into the first appeal point, I want to note that the city has relied on a shifting theory of CEQA compliance through the appeal process. Initially, staff tried to use a mitigated negative declaration from 1998, a document that was 28 years old and prepared for a completely different project consisting of timeshares and retail space. When that failed, staff tried to use a Class 32 categorical exemption. And after Unite Here demonstrated that exemption could not be utilized, staff abandoned that exemption. Tonight, staff is trying to use an entirely new process to avoid doing a thorough environmental review, using CEQA Guidelines Section 15183, an environmental shortcut. Next slide. Now to the first issue. Section 15183 is not a blanket exemption. It's a streamlining tool. It imposes an affirmative obligation on the city to prove, based on substantial evidence, that this project's specific environmental effects were already adequately analyzed in a prior EIR. The city is attempting to rely on the Centennial General Plan EIR that was certified over a decade ago. However, that 2014 General Plan EIR explicitly deferred CEQA review of biological impacts to environmentally sensitive habitat areas, or ESHA. It did this because the city's coastal land use plan, which already contains the specific coastal resource protection policies, had not yet been adopted in 2014. Because those protective policies did not exist when the general plan was certified, the 2014 EIR never actually studied how future projects might conflict with the coastal land use plan. The city simply cannot use Section 15183 to shortcut its way past environmental review by pointing to an old EIR that completely deferred the analysis of these specific coastal impacts. Because these site-specific biological impacts were never analyzed, relying on the CEQA shortcut is invalid and a full EIR is required. Next slide. Now on to the second issue. Contrary to the staff report's claim that the site lacks sensitive resources, professional surveys conducted in September and December 2025 have confirmed the presence of the federally threatened California gnatcatcher on the site and in adjacent buffers. And I want to highlight Coastal Land Use Policy 4-13, which states, quote, any coastal sage scrub occupied by the gnatcatcher or other rare species will qualify as ESHA because of the especially valuable role it plays in the ecosystem, end quote. Because the evidence clearly shows this habitat qualifies as ESHA, and the site is directly adjacent to a 2-acre reserve created specifically to protect the sensitive Blockman's Dudlea, the city's claim that no sensitive resources will be affected is factually wrong, and a full EIR is legally required. Next slide. Because of the site's value for habitat and designation as ESHA, the city's general plan policies strictly restrict development and habitat disturbance in these sensitive coastal areas. Here you can see summaries of those general plan policies and coastal land use policies on the screen. This matters because staff's consistency analysis skips ESHA adjacency. This alone defeats usage of CEQA guidelines section 15183. For example, the city ignores Coastal Land Use Policy RES-59, which mandates that development adjacent to ESHAs be confined to low-impact land uses, not a high-intensity 61-room hotel and rooftop bar. Next slide. Here you see Coastal Land Use Policy RES-54. I also want to highlight that this project violates the Coastal LUP Policy RES-54, which requires a 100-foot buffer from environmentally sensitive habitat areas. Again, the project proposes a high-intensity use, such as a rooftop bar, immediately adjacent to these sensitive areas. Next slide. Now on to the third issue. To make matters worse, the baseline use for this environmental review has been illegally altered. In January 2026, all vegetation on the site, including documented native coastal sage scrub, was removed down to bare soil. The staff report attempts to dismiss this as routine weed abatement, but under the Coastal Act, the removal of major vegetation constitutes development that strictly requires a coastal development permit, which was never obtained. Because of this unpermitted clearing, the December 2025 environmental baseline relied upon by the city's biologists no longer exists. If the Coastal Commission issues a restoration order for this unpermitted development, the environmental setting will change yet again. Simply put, proceeding to approve the project without acknowledging this baseline shift is a textbook violation of CEQA. Next slide. And the fourth issue, traffic and affordable coastal access. Regarding coastal access, the staff report simply requires the applicant to provide 25% lower cost rooms or pay an in lieu fee, deferring all enforcement to the Coastal Commission. The applicant's own feasibility study suggests setting these low-cost room rates at $230 to $270 a night, which drastically exceeds the Coastal Commission's standard definition of, quote, low cost. The city's own general plan requires the provision of low-cost overnight accommodation where feasible. The city cannot just defer its obligations. CEQA strictly bars reliance on illusory, unenforceable conditions. Next slide. Now to the conclusions. When you look at this project as a whole, a clear pattern emerges. The city has continuously shifted its CEQA strategy to avoid doing a full EIR. Staff has ignored their own general plan policies protecting sensitive coastal habitats, brushed past unpermitted habitat clearing, and deferred their responsibility to enforce affordable coastal access. Streamlining tools like Section 15183 are not a free pass to ignore site-specific impacts. For these reasons, my client respectfully requests that the city grant the appeal and do the required environmental analysis that the law mandates. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Excellent time management, I must say.
I got some things. No, had to pivot.
Well, I've got a question of staff first, and then
I was going to suggest we listen first, but
no, I'd like to reopen and ask a question of staff. So the land was cleared because of, was that because of weed abatement that we require as a city?
The city does have a weed abatement program that's administered on an annual basis. As far as the property maintenance that was undertaken, I can't speak to what was done under weed abatement versus what was done just on an annual basis for property management. We do have evidence of historic clearing of this lot over decades.
Are there other lots in the city where they do the same thing once a year, or, periodically to clear the because we have a lot of vacant lots in the city and not many of them are overgrown, so there must be some kind of ongoing maintenance program that the city.
Yeah, so the city does not engage with the exception of certain properties that fail to clear their property of weeds. The city's weed abatement program does send notices to about 450 vacant properties, and those properties are by and large just cleared of weeds and debris by their property owners.
Okay, thank you. Victor, what?
I was just suggest we listen to the public comment.
Yeah, how many public comments are there? 8. Okay, let's 7.5. Okay, let's do it.
Amanda Quintanilla, followed by Francis Engler, followed by Guadalupe Ortiz. Those are the first 3 speakers.
Hi. At the last 2 city council meetings, I've spoken about this, presented a PowerPoint presentation, and that was a phenomenal presentation, I have to say. And I've spoke in opposition of this because of the environmental sensitive habitat area where, possible California gnatcatcher, coastal sage scrub, crotch's bumblebee, Bachman's dudleya is right next to there, adjacent. And recently I was at a coffee chat meeting, and it was disclosed that someone did witness a man with a weed whacker just basically clearing that area. So here's a concern, here's an appeal process going on, and why was this land cleared? And that is problematic. This is a sensitive area, and it's adjacent to it, as discussed. So why wasn't that brought up before? Why wasn't that documented, and as far as a full EIR done? Also problematic is why are we having a traffic study on one day? So that is a major concern. But when I look through here, when the city staff was going through the problems that the planning commission raised was, I think, one of the things that I had raised about the alcohol, that there's an element that you could take alcohol out of that area rather than just keep it in that restaurant, keep it in that hotel. So there's a concern regarding that. So, just because something is CEQA or destined that it is exempt from CEQA, it still has to abide by the California Endangered Species Act. So right now, it seems to me that the land was cleared, and there's some consequences to that, and that the California Coast Commission and other state agencies need to be abreast of that. They have to rule on that. So I think there's some proper notification that needs to be done. However, talking about improper notification, there was a resident who submitted a public comment saying that he was not given that ability to be properly served. And so it's a failure to receive, and this resident quoted a couple of lawsuits, Mullane versus Hanover Bank and Trust Company, and then Jones versus Flowers, and where the Supreme Court ruled that you have, if there's an unsuccessful attempt, you have to make additional attempts to properly serve. I'm not an attorney, but that's what I was just read in the letter. So at this point, I am concerned about what has been done, you know, the report from Michael Baker International said that the site was disturbed, so that is, that's an omission right there. Thank you.
Francis Engler, followed by Guadalupe Ortiz, followed by Andrea Barrera.
Good evening, Mayor Loeffler and members of the council. My name is Francis Engler. I am a director with Unite Here Local 11, and I am a San Clemente resident. And I know this site because I walk on Sea Summit at least a couple of times a week. And I want to speak to the question of the environmental review of this project generally, but I want to first just address this cutting of the plants question, because I walk there all the time, and I can already hear this argument being developed that this is just regular weed cutting, it's weed abatement. But if you look at, if you walk that area, you would know that up on the embankment of this site, along Pico, were developed plants that were not just plants that had developed over the course of a couple of months. They were developed salt bushes or other coastal plants that host gnatcatchers. And that's why, as I'm going to talk about in a minute, we're seeing this kind of overlap from Sea Summit onto this site from sensitive species, because you have actual plants there that host a really great thing, which is our vibrant ecosystem there. So please look at, if I could just show you that the size of the plants that were along Pico at the time and that they were cut down to their roots now, that alone should be enough to persuade you that just this debate shows why we need an EIR. It shows why we need a thorough environmental review, because right now these kinds of concerns are being brushed off with a comment like, oh, that's just weed abatement. So I want to come back then to the bigger question here. I'm asking you to grant this appeal because by doing a thorough EIR, by doing thorough environmental review, we'll get a better project that better fits the reality of this site. Speaking from Unite Here, the most important resources for the future of the tourism industry is our land and our water and our air. And we must develop our tourism industry in a way that preserves those resources and celebrates them. That's why tourists come here. They come here because it's a beautiful place to walk, to swim, to enjoy the vibrant ecosystems that you have helped create. And the question of sensitive bird species, the question of sensitive plant species, the question of the noise impacts of a rooftop bar on the animals on Sea Summit, the question of traffic impacts, these questions are a sign of your success, of the success of this community in creating a vibrant ecosystem right on the edge of this project site. This isn't a problem or a detriment to be breezed past or overcome. It's something that we should celebrate and want to look into because it is a success of our community. So gnatcatchers and Dudleyas are there because this city made that possible. Let's celebrate that success and plan a project that protects this treasure. Let's look at each of these questions, the questions of what plants are there.
Thank you, Francis.
Thank you.
Guadalupe Ortiz, and she's requesting a Spanish interpreter. You have the interpreter.
Okay, we're going to be a little more loose on this 3 minutes. Twice as long. Well, there you go.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Guadalupe Ortiz, recamarera por 19 años. Les pido que apoyen la apelación Hanson Hotel. Como trabajadores enfrentamos el tráfico todos los días al ir y venir del trabajo. Se espera este proyecto que genere más de 1,600 viajes diarios, pero estos impactos no han sido completamente estudiados. En cambio, se está tratando como un proyecto pequeño, cuando claramente no lo es. Los trabajadores residentes y visitantes merecen un análisis completo del tráfico, las millas recorridas por vehículos y otros impactos como parte de un informe impacto ambiental completo. Por favor, apoyen la apelación y exijan un reporte completo. Gracias.
Thank you, Guadalupe.
Hello, my name is Guadalupe Ortiz, and I'm a housekeeper for 19 years, and I urge you to uphold the appeal of the Hanson Hotel. As workers, we deal with traffic every day, getting to and from our jobs. This project is expected to generate more than 1,600 daily trips, but those impacts have not been fully studied. Instead, it's being treated like a small project, even though it clearly is not. Workers, residents, and visitors deserve a full understanding of traffic, vehicle miles traveled, and other impacts as part of the full environmental impact report. Please uphold the appeal and require a full EIR. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Andrea Barrera, and she's also requested a Spanish interpretation.
Buenas tardes. Hola, mi nombre es Andrea Barrera y soy mesera por 8 años. Les pedimos que apoyen la apelación de Hanson Hotel bajo al punto 8. 8A. Como trabajadores de la hospitalidad, damos la bienvenida a los visitantes a la costa todos los días, pero la costa no debería ser solo para quien pueda pagar los alojamientos de lujo. Las familias y trabajadores y los californianos comunes también merecemos acceso. La ley costera y las políticas de la ciudad establecen que cuando sea posible los proyectos deben incluir el alojamiento de menos costo. Aquí el proyecto ha demostrado que estas habitaciones son viables, pero no existe un requisito obligatorio para que realmente se proporcione. Si este proyecto avanza, debe servir al público, no solo a los beneficios privados. Por favor, apoyen a la apelación de Hanson Hotel.
Thank you, Andrea.
Hello, my name is Andrea Barrera, and I'm a server for 8 years at Hanson Hotel. No, I'm server for 8 years. I urge you to uphold the appeal of the Hanson Hotel under item 8A. As hospitality workers, we welcome people to the coast every day. But the coast should not only be for people who can afford luxury stays. Working families and ordinary Californian residents deserve access as well. The Coastal Act and the city's own policies say that where feasible, projects should provide lower cost overnight accommodations. Here, the project has shown those rooms are feasible, but there is no enforceable requirements to actually provide them. If this project moves forward, it should serve the public, not just private interest. Please uphold the appeal and require a full EIR.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The next speaker is Herminda Gill. She's also requested a Spanish translation.
Hola, mi nombre es Herminda Gil, soy recamarera por 26 años. Les pedimos que apoyen la apelación del Hotel Hanson. Este proyecto se está evaluando con información ambiental desactualizada. La vegetación fue removida del sitio después de que se completaron los estudios biológicos. Eso significa que no sabemos realmente cuáles son las condiciones actuales. Aprobar un proyecto sin información actual no es responsable. Por favor, apoyen la petición y requieran un análisis actualizado mediante un reporte completo, transparente. Gracias.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Herminda Gil, and I'm a housekeeper for 26 years. I usually to uphold the appeal of the Hanson Hotel. This project is being reviewed using outdated environmental information. Vegetation was removed from the site after the biological studies were completed. That means we do not actually know what conditions are today. Approving a project without current information is not responsible. Please uphold the appeal and require updated analyses through a full EIR, a full transparent EIR.
Thank you, sir.
Ron Vanderhoff?
Thank you. I'm Ron Vanderhoff, and I'm not a lawyer. I'm with the California Native Plant Society, more of a biologist. With the California Native Plant Society, we entered oral comment and written comment both in April of this year and August of last year. I've been on site, and to characterize the vegetation as weeds is incorrect. It was very well documented coastal sage scrub. I had a wonderful slide program, but I didn't get it here in time, I guess. But I have some printed pictures that I happened to accidentally bring. But I have abundant photography and species assessments of the vegetation that was on site. It was intact coastal sage scrub. There were weeds within that, and so it is disturbed. Almost all coastal sage scrub in Southern California is disturbed. There was very little intact, undisturbed, so that characterizes it incorrectly. We reiterate our position that the site does or did contain protected coastal sage scrub plant communities, and it may qualify as environmentally sensitive habitat area under the California Coastal Act. Second, we disagree with the city's assertion that the site is, quote, substantially surrounded by urban uses, unquote. This is clearly not supported by the actual landscape context, in which a significant of the portion of the site directly borders the very large conserved Sea Summit natural open space habitat. Simply, if anybody knows where this location is, it's obviously not surrounded by intense urban development. Perhaps most troubling, as mentioned earlier, was in a January 2026 removal of all of the vegetation on the site. I visited the site on February 2nd to witness it firsthand, and the vegetation was indiscriminately mowed to or cut to the surface of the soil. Nothing was left. And that included intact coastal sage scrub plants that had been there for many years. It did also include weeds that were interspersed, as I mentioned, is almost in every coastal sage scrub community. Weeds are a part of our plant communities now. So I do have documentation of the community if council or staff needs that. It's publicly available and has been since I did those assessments back in August of last year. A reminder.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Larry Culbertson?
Is Larry the last speaker?
There's one more speaker card with no name on it.
Unnamed speaker. Okay.
So,
Thank you, Council. Larry Culbertson. This is a good project. It's good for supporting North Beach Historic District, businesses, and the cause of historic preservation. There's no downside to it. The biological analysis is complete. This is a tiny infill site surrounded by concrete. Major highways have been constructed long ago and widened subsequently to the south El Camino Real and to the east Pico. The Segunda de Secha Channel running along the north and west has been entombed in concrete. The site has been altered or disturbed, as they say, for a very long time. The project will not result in any new or significant biological impacts. The lower cost overnight accommodations issue will be addressed, as the report said, by the Coastal Commission. The traffic studies indicate that the project will have no impact on traffic not already anticipated in the general plan. The excellent staff report answered all of the issues thoroughly. I support this project and hope you swiftly close the public hearing and approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Are you the unnamed speaker?
I put our group name, but not my own name. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Leffler and members of the City Council. My name is Juan Munoz, and I am with Unite Here Local 11, the Hospitality Workers Union. As you heard, the city argues that the project is located in a high-quality transit area, but that label alone does not automatically eliminate VMT concerns under CEQA. The key question is whether the actual nature of this project and its users will meaningfully reduce vehicle travel. This is a coastal hotel project designed primarily for visitors and tourists, many of whom are expected to arrive by car, use rental vehicles, and travel throughout the region during their stay. Unlike residential infill housing or commuter-oriented projects, a visitor-serving hotel does not necessarily generate the same reduction in driving behavior simply because transit exists nearby. In fact, this project proposes 104 parking spaces for only 61 hotel rooms, along with a rooftop restaurant and bar, pool service, and other destination-oriented amenities. That design reflects an expectation of substantial vehicle use. The city has not provided substantial evidence demonstrating that hotel guests in this coastal tourism context will primarily rely on transit rather than vehicles. Additionally, state exemption guidelines do not mention hotels. Here, increased vehicle activity would contribute not only to travel impacts, but also to secondary impacts, including noise, lighting, air pollution, and disturbance adjacent to environmentally sensitive habitat areas and coastal open space. Those site-specific impacts require meaningful CEQA review and cannot simply be dismissed through generalized assumptions about transit proximity. I also want to point out that the project does not meet the small project exemption according to the applicant's own analysis. For those reasons, we respectfully ask the council to sustain the appeal and require preparation of a full EIR. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now the applicant has 5 minutes if you'd like to come up and speak to any of the arguments that you've heard or add anything.
Thank you, Council. Yeah, I think there's two major concerns here, two major issues being brought up, which is traffic and the low-income accommodations. Low-income accommodations have been agreed to by the client. They actually came up in our pre-application meetings with Coastal, which resulted in the redesign of the project. And we also had communications with Coastal in the adoption of or preliminary approval of, in concept, the disbursement of and integration of low-income accommodations. Not only did we include the low-income accommodations in the project, we also added additional rooms to make sure and ensure that we met the 25% for coastal commissions and per their requirements. Additionally, we do have a rooftop bar open to the public. We have two different cafes. We have a lobby cafe and a street-side walk-up cafe. Both of those giving accommodations to the community at varying scales of income. So we will have a walk-up cafe and we will have a coffee shop in the lobby. So all three of those amenities are provided for the community and open to the community. Not only do we have those open to the community, we also have viewing decks. We have a public open viewing deck. We have a corner artist garden, which is really intended to incorporate historical and community culture into the project. We will look to work with the local community in developing an artist program for that corner park. As well, if you look at our presentation, that actually looks at the cultural heritage and the step back of the project. The step back of the project is actually looking at respecting the Ole Hanson directly across the street. Not only does it respect that, but it also provides viewing, and we have a bench strategically located with the elevation change that we anticipate will actually provide for viewing of the sunset. Not only that, the artwork in the hotel is also incorporated into the hallways within the hotel that will allow for hotel guests and the public to walk through the hotel. That is anticipated to also incorporate history of San Clemente into the hotel. So the applicant, the client, and staff have all worked diligently to provide application and presentation for the project that actually respects the history of this community. I've been here for, I don't know how long, Brian. Yeah.
You guys grow up together?
He's best friends with my sister's high school boyfriend. Yeah, yeah. So I mean, no, we've been in town for quite some time now, and my kids are here. My son surfed across the street for 4 years while he was in high school, and I really look at this community as our backyard. Our landscape architect, he grew up here. He grew up in Dana Point and San Juan Capistrano. We've developed this project to take the community into consideration. We've integrated 8-foot plates as well as 9-foot plates to step the project, not only to step the project, but also to give the interpretation that the project was built over time to give a historical relevance to the project. So the corner of the building is actually built slightly smaller scale so you can see over it as well. It's built like that so that it actually looks like it was the original project. If you look at our interpretation and our study of the view corridors, we not only looked at the city-approved view corridors that are in the LCP, but we also looked at Marblehead's local coastal plan approved views. And that's why we incorporated the 2 views from the paths on the top of the hill. So we have definitely looked at this. Right above us is a site that is also in the general plan for the Marblehead development that is allowed to have a 30-foot height, and that's a commercial site. I would like my landscape architect to come up and talk about what we're going to do with landscape to really look at the preservation of the local indigenous plants or local sea shrubs. I've also had conversations with Surfrider Foundation in creating coastal-friendly landscapes.
Well, he's got 30 seconds if he wants to run up and talk. Quick.
Somebody have a question for him?
Good evening, Council. Theodore Hannigan, EMV5 Landscape Architects and Associates. What I haven't heard a lot of about tonight was the man himself, Ole Hanson, when he came here so many years ago and wanted a Spanish village by the sea. We did address the coastal California native plant material along the Paseo.
Okay, so just 1 second. I think a council member would like to ask you a question.
Yes.
Yeah, my question is, you've heard a lot of discussion about.
Would you turn on your mic?
One of the concerns raised was about the plants and.
Of course.
I think the native plants and the sensitive habitat that was there. Can you speak to any of that, or what's going to be done at least to restore that or any of that?
In this
if the project gets approved?
Yes, sir. In this project, we have designated all California native plant materials in the planting palette along the Paseo, which starts at the El Camino access all the way around the corner in through, following along parallel to Pico with access back out to the public sidewalk. All plant materials along the back of the architecture adjacent to the concrete enclosed drainage corridor is going to be plant materials of coastal sage. It's all going to be California native plant materials indigenous to San Clemente, unique and indigenous to those plant materials, adjacent to the open space that is adjacent to the property.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Sir, do you have any information on the historical number of plants? We've heard that there's endangered plants that have been removed. Do you have any information on how many plants, the density of the plants? And if you have an answer to that, the next question that I'd like to ask you is, how many plants of the endangered category do you plan on putting into your landscape plan?
We're going to have a whole planting plan with the California indigenous to San Clemente. I don't have an existing plan that has been identified and laid out in a plan form documenting exactly what was existing on site. We don't have that.
I've got a question. Have you visited, like, Casa Romanica? Have you visited that location?
Yes, I have.
And you've seen the
times.
planting around there has a lot of indigenous
Not really.
Oh, no?
There is a lot of plant materials that I suggested that they bring on early on in that project to stabilize the slope. Back in the day, there was a condition where that wasn't utilized. But in the front area, along the sides of, they brought in a lot of plant materials around the architecture of the estate. Down the slope along the back, they had plant materials that incorporated that were native to San Clemente, yes.
And is that your plan to kind of go in that direction also? I mean, your architecture is very much Spanish Revival and Ole Hanson period.
It's very specific, Ole Hanson Spanish Colonial Revival, which is a big difference than just the general term Spanish Colonial Revival. It will be as though you are stepping back in time to 1925 to experience this space.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
I don't have questions related to the plant, but can we ask questions related to the EIR?
Yeah, you can ask questions.
I'd like to
before we
defer.
close
Yeah.
the-
Yeah,
to-
I mean, because, I mean, what I've heard from the public raises a lot of concerns, and I just want to get those answered. And I'm going to start first, I guess, with you're the EIR, or maybe our city person, but there's been a suggestion that we need to do a complete new EIR. Can you address that? And, or I don't know if it's to the city or to you?
I think it's her.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that would be great if you come. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, will do.
Thank you, gentlemen.
And Kristen Vogue with Michael Baker. So CEQA, we are processing CEQA for this project. I'm going to reiterate, CEQA is a process. So city staff have to look at the project before them, and the CEQA process is available. The courts have said if the project can be exempt from CEQA, we have a duty to look at that. So initially, we looked at an infill exemption for this site, and that was processed under Planning Commission. It was brought to our attention, we had done our field surveys, and the site has a history of being disturbed, human disturbances on the site. When we went out there, it was highly disturbed. With biology, it depends on what day you go out. If you're gonna go out there in November, December, it's gonna look very different than when you're in the middle of spring. So once the appeal started and we revisited the biology and did more surveys, we saw that there had been more growth. So we mapped the site at the time, and that's documented in attachment 4. So there is a mapping of what is present on the site. There is coastal sage communities that support gnatcatcher species. So our next step is to look at, okay, an infill exemption doesn't apply any longer because of the biology at the site. So then we look at other exemptions. And in this case, there is an exemption called a 15183. And the legislature said if you're consistent with your general plan, and your general plan EIR looked at development of the site for that designation and covered you, then you can do what's called a streamlined CEQA analysis. So there's certain criteria, and we've gone through all the criteria and documented that the site meets those criteria. That's attachment 4 in your staff report. So this is the 15183 streamlined CEQA analysis. And basically, we document how all the conditions are met, and it's backed up by a modified initial study that goes through every CEQA topic area and every CEQA threshold and explains how the general plan EIR looked at it and if this project has any project-specific impacts that are peculiar. Based on our analysis, the general plan did adequately address this. The general plan did identify this habitat community throughout the city, and the gnatcatcher species is present. And there are mitigation measures already adopted by the city that would apply to this project. And we took it a step further and looked at those mitigation measures and actually came up with project-specific recommendations to actually implement them. So those are all in your staff report as conditions of approval on the project. And in addition to that, the 15183 process allows you to apply uniform policies and standards and regulations that you would apply to any applicable project in the city. And if applying that reduces those impacts to less than significant, then the 15183 process says those impacts are not peculiar. So based on our analysis, we've also applied regulations, and this would include going to Coastal Commission and getting that CDP. They're going to apply additional mitigation requirements on the project through conditions to meet their permit process. That includes looking at the biological resources. In addition, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife has a process called an incidental take permit process, and they will also be required to consult with them on grading this site, given that there are plant communities present on site. So the project will still be required to implement all these mitigation measures to reduce these impacts and adequately mitigate them to less than significant.
Thank you for that report. Kristen, any other questions?
Yeah. There's also a suggestion that Coastal Policy 54 required some additional work. Can you help me understand that?
So the Coastal Act has a specific definition about a certain kind of plant called Isha. And Isha, through the Coastal Act, in our opinion, Isha is not present. Part of the definition is it needs to be pristine property, and this is not that. In addition, there's a lot of documentation in the administrative record that supports that this is not Isha. And with the 15183, the rule of thumb is not a fair argument for going to an EIR. It's substantial evidence in the record. So based on the general plan EIR, the general plan did look at sensitive habitat. It is located northeast of us, at least 100 to 200 feet away. And in addition to that, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife have a habitat conservation plan that includes communities or areas in San Clemente, and they have not identified any kind of habitat reserve on site either. So there's documentation to support that this is not Isha, but there is plant communities present on site that will have to be mitigated through existing regulatory processes.
Yeah, we heard a few comments also about traffic. Have we taken a look at that?
Yes, so city staff can speak to the LOS, the level of service report, for the purposes of the city regulations. But for CEQA, we look at vehicle miles traveled, and the state and the city have adopted, there's basically criteria you can look at, and if your project meets any one of those criteria, it can be just screened out of doing a full vehicle miles traveled analysis. And the guidelines say that if you meet one of those criteria, you do not have the capability of causing a significant vehicle miles traveled impact. In this case, it's the proximity to your train station that meets one of those criteria. So you are only 400 feet away. And I gotta look it up, but I believe the standard is like a quarter of a mile or half a mile distance, and we're much closer than that for VMT.
That's it.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions for the appellate, the applicant? Anybody, staff? I've got a question for the appellate. Mr. Hall, could you step up here? I just got a couple of questions. So I'm trying to unravel some of this because you represent a union, basically, don't you? Hospitality union?
I'm here representing a hospitality union, correct?
Okay, and so this is, I guess you're representing the number of members you have that must be environmentalists. I mean, because we're looking, well, I mean, just your arguments are mostly environmental, so I'm just assuming that there must be a branch of the local 11 that's environmentalist, maybe.
Well, I mean, a union can represent multiple different interests, and so one of the core functions of the union is to represent the environmental interest of its members.
Okay, so we have numerous lots around the city that have the same issues that you're presenting, and have you monitored those and tried to figure out how the environment's being affected in all of our other lots, or just this one?
I'm here to speak about this particular project, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and then also, it seems like you're a hospitality union. It seems like you open up a hotel, that's going to be a lot of opportunity for your members to work.
Mr. Mayor, this is, I'm here really to speak about the merits of this particular appeal, not to talk about whatever you're trying to
Oh, one last
from me.
thing, and I'm not inferring anything, but as an attorney, have you ever heard the term when talking about development of a property, have you ever heard the term green mailing?
That's insulting, and I'm not even going to respond
No, I
to that.
just asked you if you ever heard of that term, that's all. I'm not inferring anything.
I've heard of that term, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Hall, appreciate it. Anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, I have a question about the noise. I guess it's an environmental EIR question about the noise issue. Several public comments were made about noise, and I just wondered with the, has there been an analysis of the noise factor in terms of the, with 2.5 million visitors to our beach, right, accessing right through in front of your hotel, proposed hotel, you've got a lot of traffic, a lot of noise. You've got a rooftop lounge with noise. Have you looked at and a car wash across the street and occasionally bands that play, the city venue plays across the street by the beach? Have you looked at noise impacts to the Capistrano Shores or Sea Summit or the homes on the other side of Ole Hanson Beach Club and what the noise impact would be there?
Yes, thank you for the question. So in your attachment 4, attached to the exemption report is a full initial study. Section 313 is the noise section, and we go through each CEQA threshold of significance. We summarize the general plan EIR, because the general plan EIR did look at noise impacts for development of the site at this use. And we compared that and looked at the project-specific impacts, and we actually did do modeling. We looked at construction noise, we looked at operational noise, we looked at traffic noise, and anywhere we felt like the general plan EIR mitigation measures applied, we looked at it further to see if we can propose any project-specific measures for noise that implemented the general plan mitigation, as well as existing regulations in the city's noise ordinance. So there is a noise study that was particularly done for the rooftop noise with ambient music, and the city provided that as part of the original approvals of the project. And then we took it further and looked at additional sources of noise impacts as well. So all the recommendations for the project noise impacts are also included as conditions of approval.
Okay, another question relating, and this has been brought up before, the habitat, the vegetation habitat. And I've been driving by that location probably half a dozen times a day for the last 25 years or so. And I've seen that lot cleared on a regular basis of weeds. My question is, do you have any historical data on the extent of the weeding? Several comments were made about the endangered bushes and so forth, this coastal shrub and so forth. Do you have any historical data on the frequency and of the removal, the impact of that at that particular lot?
It's my understanding that the site at one point was completely graded. So it has been 100% disturbed. And it's my understanding that there's also been soil stockpiling on the site for off-site construction activities. So that has happened. And like I said, there is regular mowing of the weed abatement activities. That is additional disturbance of the site. When we went out there first, it didn't look like much, but like I said, a lot of it grew in, and we were able to actually document more of what habitat is out there. Coastal sage scrub is a plant community. There's lots of species in it. I get the easiest way to point out what it is your typical hillside vegetation you see outside of Talega area. That's your coastal sage scrub. It does support a sensitive species of a bird called the California gnatcatcher. So it is a sensitive species that does need to be regulated. And so you do need to go to the resource agencies to get permission to grade the site for this project. Based on my history of doing this for 20 years and this type of ground disturbance, it's my experience that the resource agencies do allow what's called compensatory mitigation, and they will work out with the applicant what they want them to do to mitigate for removal of that plant community. California Department of Fish and Wildlife, like I said, they do have a habitat conservation plan. So it's common for them to identify areas in the city that are developable areas. And that doesn't mean it's developed sites, it means they're developable, where you can do incidental take permits with California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And you basically pay into their funds and they use the monies to help with their reserve areas. So their reserve areas are sites that are actually set aside for conservation of these plant communities to actually foster these listed species and help them grow.
Okay, my last question is, does CEQA provide any sort of an offset? Let's say you, in this area, 0.8 acres, there's a certain number of protected plants that may be rooted that aren't visible but have been removed over time. Any how do I say, compensation in terms of the landscaping that you're going to be putting in that's going to be containing the native habitat species, types of vegetation, sort of countering that, balancing it, or offsetting it? Is there anything that?
Yeah, so like I said, through this regulatory process of this incidental tank permit process, as well as your California development, the coastal development permit through the Coastal Commission, the applicant will have to go to those resource agencies and negotiate those terms on what they need to do to adequately mitigate. And it could end up changing the landscape plan slightly to accommodate more, or it could just be they want more land somewhere else to add more plantings in an area that would actually sustain these species better.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cabral?
Yeah, can I call Mr. Hall back up?
Absolutely. Mr. Hall, could you step back up?
Thank you.
Francis, you can come with him. It's okay.
So what I'm trying to figure out, I know there's a difference, and I'm trying to find out the difference. We've heard now from both sides, and I just want to make sure I understand. Is it interpretation of law of what is required here, and the city staff has a different recommendation, a different threshold, a different legal stance? Help me understand that, because I'm trying to
Sure.
be fair.
Understood. Originally, staff tried to use an M&D from 1998. They decided, well, not going to do that. The second was potentially using a Class 32 categorical exemption. And then as we heard, staff ultimately decided not to use that because one of an important thing that, I forgot your name, ma'am, but what we heard from the Michael Baker Associate was that they did discover that there's coastal sage scrub that supports a rare, threatened, or endangered species. So they couldn't use the Class 32 categorical exemption. So then the third thing that is currently being proposed is the Section 15183 streamlining thing. And so that's what you're talking about. And so the question really for you tonight, and you're the decision maker, is...
That's what I'm trying to get to.
Exactly. So the question is whether or not there are peculiar, I'm going to get the language just right here, whether or not the project-specific environmental effects were already analyzed in a prior EIR. That's the question. And specifically, whether or not there are peculiar or site-specific environmental effects that weren't already addressed. So you're looking at this old 2014 EIR and saying, did we reasonably foresee all of the environmental impacts associated with this particular project? And we heard from the staffer here that yes, the city certainly analyzed that in the 2014 EIR. And our position is that that's not true because the EIR had not adopted the city's coastal land use plan had not been adopted at that time, and it contained specific coastal resource protection policies. So we're saying it's not actually possible that that prior EIR reasonably foresaw all of the environmental impacts because it explicitly deferred the analysis to the coastal land use plan that had not yet been adopted. So that's really like your big legal question tonight as a decision maker was this 2014 EIR adequate to address all of the impacts with this project, or are there peculiar, and that's the language, we're all using peculiar because that's what the statute says. Are there peculiar site-specific impacts associated with this project that were not previously analyzed in 2014?
I appreciate that. That's very, very.
And I want to say one other thing that sort of like maybe just skipped by, and I just want to note Coastal Land Use Policy 4-13. This is your policy, and it says, any coastal sage scrub occupied by the gnatcatcher or other rare species will qualify as ESHA because of the especially valuable role it plays in the ecosystem. So we have a definition. Sometimes we have things called like significance thresholds in CEQA. Here, we don't have to speculate whether or not this is ESHA. It's not debatable. Your coastal land use policy says that if there's a gnatcatcher, it will qualify as ESHA. And we just heard here that there's coastal sage scrub that supports the gnatcatcher. Therefore, this is ESHA. All of this, whether or not it's disturbed or not, you know what? We have a bright line rule here. There is coastal sage scrub, and it's occupied by the gnatcatcher, and therefore it's ESHA. So hopefully I answered your question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I wondered if I could answer a previous question that you
I
asked,
have,
Mr.
I have a
Mayor.
question, Mr. Hall, if I could.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hall.
Yeah, Mr. Hall, are you aware, is your client aware of any specific peculiar impacts that were specifically not addressed in any prior EIR or present EIR analysis?
Well, that's what I was trying to lay out in the
The
presentation that I
definition, the question
gave.
is, do you have any peculiar discrepancies that you want to point out to us?
Well, the one is the fact that there is gnatcatcher on this particular site that has been documented. We have coastal sage scrub on the site, and so the general plan from 2014 specifically deferred a lot of that analysis to the local land use coastal plan that had not yet been adopted. So that really, that's the major issue.
I heard your comment before about the gnatcatcher.
Yeah.
Anything else?
That's the main issue that we're focused on with regard to the 15183 streamlining issue.
Any additional peculiar issues that you haven't identified for us?
Well, no, I think that's the main issue.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll ask a question of Francis because he wants to say something. Have you got something to interject that have we not heard so far?
You asked us a question about our environmental advocacy, and so I wanted to respond to that.
Sure.
So, Mr. Mayor, you well know that I was at an event with you doing environmental advocacy at another site.
I know
around
you're
many of
environmentalist.
these exact same issues, and I want to explain why that is. We have two issues involved here. One is that our union is deeply committed to environmental justice because our members are the first to be impacted when our ecosystem fails. They are the working poor, and they are first to be impacted when bad decisions are made around the environment that impact our members. But there's a second reason, which is that we are very interested in the development of the tourism industry, especially in this community, especially in South County. And what we know from watching the development of hospitality industry over, in many different places is that if we're not careful on the front end of addressing our environmental resources to make sure that it's done in a coherent way with those resources, we actually take away key resources that are important for our industry. And that's why we've learned to become environmental advocates for our members and for the future of our industry. I believe that's the answer to the question that you were asking.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilmember Wu.
I have a question for Mr. Hall.
Mr. Hall again.
So you just cited some city ordinance or LCP policy, and you assert that this site, there is a ESHA there. And then, so if that were true, or if it is true, then what?
If that's true, then the project's not consistent with that plan and it doesn't qualify for section 15183. So it has to be consistent as well. So a project has to be consistent with general plan policies, land use policies, coastal land use policies, and that opens up an inconsistency that removes the opportunity to, quote, streamline this project. So that's the big what. That's why we keep bringing up these issues. That's why in my presentation I was going over the general plan policies, the coastal land use policies, and explaining the inconsistencies.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The question for the staff or the environmental planner, do you have a response to that assertion?
Yes, on the issue of the defining of an area that has gnatcatcher in coastal sage scrub being deemed ESHA, that's not a policy that's in the land use plan. That's part of the narrative that's within that, so it's not a specific policy. Second of all, the way that it's written is it talks about occupation of that habitat by a gnatcatcher, which is, I do not believe is what was actually observed on the site. What was found was that the site does not have much potential to provide environmentally sensitive habitat, but it could support gnatcatcher, not that gnatcatcher is actually occupying the site. So it would not be ESHA. Second of all, the general plan EIR was adopted in 2014. The coastal land use plan was adopted in 2018, and as it's referenced in the resolution, which does include multiple findings about how the project is consistent with the coastal land use plan, it is described that the coastal land use plan was being adopted in 2018, which relied on the general plan EIR for CEQA consistency. So we would see those as consistent documents that all fall under that initial EIR related to the general plan. And I apologize, I'm a little bit under the weather, so it's taking me a little bit longer to gather my thoughts. On the topic of ESHA in the land use plan, while the EIR for the general plan did defer a lot of that identification to the coastal land use plan, the coastal land use plan does not make any definitive identifications of ESHA. The document is written in a way that is to assist in the processing of coastal development permits, which the city still does not have that authority. We can use those policies to identify that things are consistent, but we don't have any identified ESHA. That comes with a local coastal program. That question of what is and what is not ESHA is going to be determined through the coastal development permit that the applicants need to go through should this project be approved here tonight or at a future time by the city council.
Thank you.
Okay, before we close the public hearing, any more questions of any of the parties? We will close the public hearing. Who wants to weigh in first?
I would just like to make.
Sure.
No, you know, I'm okay. Never mind.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Wu, would you like to weigh in?
So I'm going to jump in. There are a few issues here. The number one is the simplest one is the VMT and the traffic issue. The section 15183, but based on what I hear and based on what I read, it does support this streamlining process. The nomenclature doesn't matter because it's colloquially used by environmental planners and planning professionals to be a exemption. It technically is not an exemption, it's a streamlined process. So, Mr. Hall, you're correct on that, but that doesn't change the substance. Regarding the traffic, as long as that project is within certain distance, either quarter mile or half mile, we're well within that range. The project is presumed to not to have such significant impact on the traffic. So I found that that is a very strong argument for not to require this project to do a detailed VMT modeling. So I'm good on that. For the removal of vegetation, we do recognize, well, the environmental planner did recognize that the biological study identified a community that could support California not catcher, but it's unclear that they've observed the existence of them. And also, and more importantly, the incidental take permit process with the California State of Fish and Wildlife, as well as the Coastal Commission review process, will determine the mitigation, the extent of the mitigation, whether it's on-site, more likely off-site at the conservation area. So what happened, and I think it is an administrative law or a penal code issue, or through the Department of Fish and Wildlife to mitigate that incidental take. So that goes beyond the jurisdiction of the city. So I think that will be handled by different agencies, and to be determined by them. So I don't think it's appropriate for the city to use that as a basis to deny a project. Regarding the low-cost accommodation, that is mostly Coastal Commission's jurisdiction. Similar is about the ESHA. The staff explained that the ESHA is finally, the final arbiter of whether this place is an environmental sensitive habitat area. ESHA is to be the Coastal Commission, not the city. So I think we have a good project here. It serves the public interest. To support the historical district and visitor serving area in the city of San Clemente, I think we are making this decision on a rational basis. And you may have a fairly debatable case, but I think we have a rational basis here. So with that, I will support this project, and I'm ready to make a motion. Thank you.
Do you have any comments? Victor? Have some comments?
Yeah, I think it was an interesting debate. I think both sides presented very well. I think there's maybe, as was mentioned, a legitimate difference of opinion, but in the end, my decision is to defer to the staff recommendation.
Steve?
No comments.
Okay, all comments I'm making. By the way, I apologize, Mr. Hall. I didn't mean to offend you. Sometimes you just take your life experience, and I wasn't inferring anything, so I apologize. I think you presented your case very, very well, very, very cogent. I appreciate that. Francis, I know you're an environmentalist. I stood up there in Talega also on the same issue, and I'll be standing up there with you again, I'm sure, as we go forward. I appreciate the staff's report was excellent. Kristen, you did a great job. I know most of us were up here before Talega and Sea Summit were even here, and that area all kind of looked the same. I know it was natural vegetation. It was all the same, and when they put in the outlets, it changed it. When they put in Sea Summit, they changed it also. But I think we value our open spaces in San Clemente. We have a lot of them, and we curate our natural vegetation. Our GOAT program that we have, before we go in and do fire mitigation, they look at all of that, and we try to preserve whatever we can. I think San Clemente is one of the cities that should be the poster child for preserving our open space. So, I'm in favor of this project. I mean, it's going to help regenerify North Beach area, which we've already seen happen. And for that reason, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move we approve staff recommendation 1 and 2, including the resolution 26-56.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Noblock, a second by Councilman Wu, and I'd like to vote on this by visible vote, if that's okay.
Mayor, I do want to add just a very minor comment that we make our decision based on the merit, not on the speculation of the applicant or appellant's motivation or intent.
That's correct, Mr. Wu.
Thank you.
We're already voting.
Well, he's still correct. Okay, motion passes 5-0.
We take a 5-minute?
Sure, let's take a 5-6 minute break. session.
All right. Council is back in session. Next item on the agenda is a public hearing, a status report on City of San Clemente position vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts in compliance with Assembly Bill 2561, Government Code Section 3502.3.
I think we've been, all of us have been brief. Right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's a public hearing? Oh, yeah.
Welcome to public hearing.
I'd like to hear if we could hear from the public.
Are there any public comments?
There are not.
Okay, does anybody need a staff report on this?
We've all had one.
We might need one. So there is a requirement under the law to have a brief staff report on certain items.
Oh, okay.
And this is one of those items?
Yes.
I assume that it is, that's why he's standing there still.
Okay. So the government, can you jump ahead there, Megan? We'll make this quick. So AB 2561 created a law that requires city staff to report on staffing vacancies once a year, and especially before we're going to present a proposed budget. And so we're here tonight to give you some numbers and tell you where we're at. Next slide, please, Megan. I can't read that from here, even with my glasses. I have to use this. So right now, we have 27 vacancies at the city out of 202 employees. That's about a 13.5% vacancy factor. And for the total positions that are represented by our employee union, it's more like a little under 13%. So we do have these 27 vacancies. I will report that 11 of those vacancies are currently in active recruitment, meaning they're at least open to receiving applications. Some of them are positions that people have already signed and they just haven't hit their start date yet. So we are actively recruiting for these positions. We have a number of initiatives going on right now to improve the way we recruit and the speed with which we do it. And so I think with that, we could open it up for any questions you may have.
Any questions of staff? No. Public hearing is closed.
Move we receive and file the administrative report dated May 19, 26.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Noblock, second by Councilmember Cabral. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is introduction, first reading of an ordinance related to mayor term limits.
I don't have any, are there any public comments?
We don't have any.
Anybody?
I'm ready to make a motion
Make the motion.
to introduce and conduct the first reading of ordinance number 1809.
A motion by Councilmember, or Enmeyer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Wu. All in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0.
Next item on the agenda is under new business, bid protest hearing for the Reeves Booster Pump Station CIP project number 17405 in consideration of a resolution awarding a construction contract for the project to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, authorizing the city manager to execute the contract and finding the project categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Are the protesters here or not?
The protesters? Oh, to be the applicant and the appellate or whatever? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, since this is a protest hearing, you should open it.
Okay. Open a public hearing.
Do you wish to have a staff report this evening or just a
Do we need staff?
Is there anything that's happened since we got
Since
briefed?
we got briefed?
Not since this afternoon, no.
Okay.
Is the applicant or appellate here for any?
We do not have any speaker cards on this item.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Somebody want to make a motion?
I would,
Make the motion to adopt resolution number 2687.
Motion by Councilmember Enmeyer. Have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Wu. All in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0.
Next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. We do have one request to speak on item 11M, M as in Mary.
11, M as in Mary. Okay.
I would,
You want to pull something,
I want
Victor?
to pull 11E, just to get a better understanding of what.
Councilmember Cabral would like to pull item 11E.
And I'm going to pull 11A2.
And Council.
Oh, sorry, 11A,
Yes, A2, sorry.
Councilmember
11A2.
Enmeyer is pulling item 11A2. Okay, so let's take them in order. 11A2?
Yes.
What is H?
So this might actually help with 11E. This was on the minutes from our last meeting on future agenda items. So item 13, which was where I proposed what was on for 11E.
What page are you on, Mark?
11A2.
I know that, but what, you're on.
Let's see, this is on
Page 18 of the
minutes.
minutes.
18 of the minutes.
18 of the minutes?
Yeah. So essentially, it says, I'll read it out loud. Councilmember Enmeyer, with the support of Mayor Leffler, agendized consideration of Cal City's proposed legislation action concerning state bills to be placed on the consent calendar. I would only like to add and to submit letters to the state legislator as recommended by Cal Cities. I think there's a little confusion in how those minutes were taken. The idea here is that the letters are already written, the draft letters are there. It's just a matter of us, do we want to support
Are
those
we
letters?
taking this matter up then right now?
So
Okay.
this is just the
This is correcting
minutes,
You want-
a correction of the minutes from the last
Modify
time.
the minutes to say what specifically?
So everything that's written, and then at the end, and to submit letters to the state legislator as recommended by Cal Cities.
Was that your motion at the time?
That was the motion at the time. So,
I don't recall that, but I thought there was a discussion about what letters we said, and I thought that you were going to prepare letters for our review.
yeah, the letters are already written out by
By Cal
Cal
Cities.
Cities. So I think that got lost somewhere in our discussion, that the letters are already written.
Okay.
Mark, did you tell the clerk about that? So clerk can review the audio?
I have not discussed this with the clerk, no.
Well, we've got the minutes here. So, okay, so we can amend it to say that. And if we want to sign on to those, we don't have to sign on as a council, right?
No, we do not.
Okay, so if you want to sign the letter of support that Cal Cities has written on whatever issue it is, you can sign that letter. We don't have to sign it as a council.
Well, that's a policy issue. We're really
That's-
talking about language from the minutes, and Councilmember Wu's comment is a good one. What are the minutes, what is this an accurate reflection of the minutes? We can, because 11E is on the agenda and it's been pulled.
Yeah.
We could discuss the
We can
policy.
discuss it, but what
separately.
happened in last meeting, but I think if Mark states that he said this, I would defer to him and just assume that he said it.
Really
Because
not going to
we're
make
going
a
to decide
difference
the
in what we
substance.
discuss with 11E here. It's just, it was my same plan anyway.
So what is it, what language you're recommending? At the end of the sentence, add
So
in-
at the end of the sentence, to add, and to submit letters to the state legislator as recommended by Cal Cities.
Or as authored by?
Or as authored by Cal Cities, we could rephrase it that way.
Let's move on to substance.
I don't mind,
support
yeah,
it.
I'd rather talk about the substance. I mean, if that's your, that's not my recollection, but if, for the purpose of moving on, that's,
I think, yeah, I support that. It makes sense to me.
Great, thank you. Then if that motion is clear, can I get a second?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, I would only say the minutes should reflect what happened. So if you want us to go back and review the audio and make sure that the minutes reflect what was said, that would be most appropriate, rather than changing anything to something that wasn't said. So I just want to, I would just like to take a little time and review those and make sure.
That's fine.
Okay, this is not a policy issue.
So we're going to continue this.
Yeah, we'll continue
The next
this,
meeting.
To review.
We're
what
still going to talk about this
11E. though.
We're going to talk about 11E.
tonight, but the meeting minutes will be approved next meeting.
Okay.
Correct.
So just, yeah, on that item, we would suggest not passing.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Then continue 11.
11A2.
2 until the next meeting.
Correct.
That is fine.
All right, now on to 11E.
okay. Actually, I'm the member appointed by the city council to represent the 5th district, and we do review these letters every month. In fact, we had a meeting last month about them as representatives of Orange County's I'm the 5th district, but every one of the congressional districts. So this set of letters, I can tell you, half of them aren't even relevant anymore. They've been killed. We've been told they've been killed, or some of them advanced. So to send a letter on all of these doesn't make any sense. And I actually don't agree with most of them, truthfully. I'm going to start. We can go first with AB 708, because I do want to talk about that one, because that's a measure that will give more homeless funding to the city, to the cities with population under 300,000. But my concern with that is that we know what's happened with the funding for larger cities. We have almost $24 billion of money given by the state to large cities, and it's unaccounted for. They have no idea where the money went. And there's actually no idea. They can't demonstrate what they have done with that money, what they've built. It's gone to, in my view, an industry that has taken advantage of the taxpayers in this country. I don't agree with Cal Cities on this one, and probably a lot of my colleagues in Orange County don't either. So I have a proposed letter that's different, and I'm going to read it. It's the City of San Clemente is writing to formally oppose allocating additional state or local funding towards homeless housing initiatives. While the crisis demands attention, continue to inject billions of dollars into a strategy focused primarily on housing construction has failed to deliver measurable results. California has already spent $24 billion on homelessness programs in recent years, yet the unhoused population continues to grow. The trajectory demonstrates that a lack of funding is not the root issue. Rather, the problem lies in accountability programs and management, and over-reliance on housing first model. We urge you to halt further funding increases for housing acquisition and instead prioritize the following structural changes. 1, audit existing funds. Demand full and transparency independent financial audits of all current homelessness programs to locate and eliminate the waste. A state auditor, and this is the state's auditor, recently evaluated the spending and submitted a report that highlights the failure of the state to track spending and outcomes. And this is a quote: "The state lacks current information on the ongoing costs and outcomes of homelessness programs because it has not consistently tracked and evaluated the state's efforts to prevent and end homelessness. The state has also not aligned its action plan to end homelessness with its statutory goals to collect financial information and ensure accountability results. Thus, it lacks assurance that the action it takes will effectively enable it to achieve those goals. Second, it needs treatment services. Shift the policy focus towards mandating mental health treatment, addiction
Sorry,
recovery."
really quickly, point of order. Because this is a new letter that you're coming up with that we haven't looked at all yet, and it's not based on any legislation at all. So if you want to discuss AB 1708, let's discuss that, but this isn't discussing that, this is something
No,
different.
it is discussing it.
But it's really not, because you're making assumptions about AB 1708, but that's not what this is.
Can I make a
Wait
comment?
1 second. I thought this is about, whether we can send letters in or not, not what those letters are.
We have 16 bills listed on this.
Right.
If we spend 5 minutes on each, we're going to spend a whole night
Well,
here.
I didn't think we were looking at these to do it as a council. I thought we were looking at this because if.
Well, no, I think that was a request to look at it as a council. I could be wrong.
I think it was just to say, hey, if we as a council, if we can support it, great. If not, let's move on to the next one. I wasn't planning on doing a full debate on every single one of these. It would take
I think,
forever.
Mark, if you want us to support a 16, I would like you to pick the one you actually want to. Because 16 is too much. I don't have time to read all the 16, and I'm not ready to take action on many of them. So
I mean, I would encourage you to look at all 16 because they all affect us similarly. And I'm sorry that you have misinterpreted AB 1708 because the idea behind that is just that smaller cities like ours would have more access to funds that are already available instead of them going to larger cities. So your assumption of it is actually incorrect.
Okay, but let's not, we're debating this one bill, and you see, I thought you were just gonna make these bills available so we could wait, let me finish, look at them and review them, and if you feel you want to support them, then you can go ahead and support them. I wasn't thinking that we were gonna bring every bill from the legislature to council to send a council letter, a group letter.
And I think that's where he wants the council to
Okay.
send letters.
So here's this is what we have done in the past on them. And these are all fantastic bills. And so I'd just say, let's go through one by one. If we like it, we say yay. If we don't, we say nay. And then we can go on from
Well,
there.
this started as a point of order, and it's now turning into a debate. I think the item that's been agendized is consideration of proposed legislative action. Mr. Cabral's looked at a list of proposed legislative actions, and the first one on the list, I couldn't agree more with. The rampant fraud in Minnesota, California, other cities is outrageous. It is billions spent with zero accountability. The homeless industrial complex has grown in California tremendously with no accounting, no oversight. And I think the letter that's drafted accurately reflects the concerns of AB 708. And
So it looks like we're not supporting Cal City's
no, well,
recommendation.
I think to go through all these every month, every quarter, every legislative session, as bills are introduced, pulled, amended, I think would be here all night looking at these. So I think
I thought it's just a receive and a file thing.
I misunderstood this when we.
Well, this item actually is on the agenda, and I agree with your letter. You didn't finish reading it, but the tenor was accurate. If you finish reading it, I'd like to make a recommendation that we support this particular letter for this particular bill.
So we're going to go through all 16 of these
Well,
bills?
no, at least this one. And
Yeah,
I
if
don't
we're
know
going to
the-
do this for this one, then we'll do it for all of them.
Yeah.
We can if you have a letter for each of them.
I do. They're all on there for Cal Cities. Like, all the letters are there.
Yeah. To your point, though, Rick, if we wanted just to send individual letters, I think I mentioned last time, we all do it. We all send our individual letters, and we could just send our individual letters.
Except for when you don't want to. So it seems like there's an order process here where when you guys want to send a city letter, you're all for it and let's go do it. But when you don't want to, and I recommend something, you're like, no, just do it on your own. Seems like there's a double standard here
It's
for
not-
when you're all about it. No, I'm definitely hearing the double
Mark,
standard.
don't have hurt feelings. The majority of this
Oh, it's not
council,
hurt
the
feelings,
majority
it's
of,
just
the majority, let me finish my comment. The majority of this council rules, not whether you introduce it or I introduce it or Rick introduces it. The majority of this council makes the decisions for this city. And this has been agendized. It's the first one on the list. There's a recommendation. I'd like to hear the rest of the recommendation because so far I'm kind of thinking it makes a lot of sense.
Well, okay. The second, that we look at treatment services, shift the policy focus towards mandatory mental health, addiction recovery, and job training alongside any temporary shelter. Enforce public safety laws, direct resources towards enforcing existing laws regarding public safety encampments, open-air drug markets, and community safety. Streamline regulations, addressing bureaucratic hurdles such as high per-unit construction costs that waste taxpayers' dollars before allocating new capital. Taxpayers cannot continue to underwrite the expensive programs that yields minimal progress. We must fix our broken approach before committing more public funds. And that's the letter I would propose that the city send.
I'll second the request to do that.
That's not what this bill is about. Like, if we're going to have a discussion on it, you are absolutely twisting what this entire bill is about. The entire bill has nothing to do with the things you're mentioning.
It's giving more money to the cities for these housing
The money
programs.
is already appropriated. The money is already appropriated to all the cities. It's about us getting a fair share of that.
Yeah.
If anything, we should be excited about this idea that the smaller cities, including us, would have more access to homeless funds instead of it going to Los Angeles or San Francisco or San Diego. That's what this bill is about.
Motion on the floor.
Yeah, and we're discussing it. Oh, my goodness, man.
I think you guys need to go to Sacramento.
Well, I didn't read this bill fully, so I would have to abstain if you want to vote on this.
I didn't read it either.
Yeah, so I
cannot
didn't
have
think that's
opinion
what
on
this
that.
was all about, that we were going to go over every bill.
Here,
and have a-
I'll give you the
no,
proposed
I-
letter.
It was agendized, so.
Well, I misinterpreted it. I thought we were going to be given access to the bills, and if we decided that we wanted to support or not support it, we could write a letter of support or not support, which you do. Yeah,
We
I
can
know.
always do that, but this item was agendized, I presume, for that purpose of looking at all of the bills and making decisions.
You're bringing forth a new letter, though, that doesn't have to do with the bill.
course it
Like,
does.
that's not what this agenda,
Well,
that's not on the agenda.
It has exactly to do with this bill. The bill
It's completely
allocates,
opposite.
the bill allocates funds to the small cities, which the
That were- you're
but the
talking about
program
new
is
funding.
broken. The program is broken, and that's what you,
Again,
Oh,
Victor,
my goodness.
I haven't read the bill,
yeah.
so
Well, then
I can't.
I recommend we table item 11E.
Can we table AB 1708? If we can just look at one, especially AB 1942?
I'll
If
second.
we skip all the others, fine. Fine, because you guys don't really want to have serious conversations.
okay,
But
so wait,
could we
so-
look at
so
AB
you want-
1942?
Okay, do you want to look at one bill, just that one? Or do you want to just table this? and-
I made a motion that we table the 11E.
Okay, and did you second, Victor?
I'll second it. yeah.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Doesn't mean we can't bring it back, Mark. but I-
Well, no, it's because
We
they're
can
on
bring
a
it-
time crunch, because they're going to session, and like, if we don't vote on these, our voices don't get heard as a council. So that's the issue here, why there is time
Well,
sensitive.
for this one, let's write our separate letters on it, and we'll move forward and try to clarify this.
I saw the
in
topic
future.
of 1942 is the e-bike, and this is relatable, but if you give me just one item, I can spend the time to study it. The 16, I never had a time to.
I mean, you guys got this information 2 weeks ago. You had time to look at all of these, so I think that's a poor excuse.
But it's not an excuse.
These are things that.
Mr. Cabral reviewed it, and made a comment, made a motion.
We couldn't even agree on the minutes, so I was not sure what exactly this is about.
I know, well, I am the same way. I was,
11E's been tabled.
it's been tabled. So what's the next item that was pulled?
A member of the public would like to speak on item 11M.
M like Mary or Nancy?
Mary.
Mary, okay. 11M, consider a
Consideration of a-
resolution, financial assistance from the County of Orange for mitigation of impacts associated with the operation of, the landfill, okay? And who's the speaker?
Amanda Quintanilla?
She's not here.
She's not here. Okay, so we can, somebody want to make a motion to move?
I move the consent calendar, except that we are continuing item A2 to the next meeting.
Okay.
We table 11E we already tabled.
At this point, it doesn't matter if we change that
Second the motion.
11-2A anyway, so the point is mute.
We have a motion on the floor.
Motion by Councilmember Wu, and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Noblock. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carries 5-0.
Oral Communications, Part 2, I don't have any speaker cards. Future agenda items?
Yeah, I've got a future agenda item. Had discussion with a mayor from another city and some city councilmen from another city who are very upset at the point in time counts, that they seem to be very, very inaccurate. I know our point in time count is off by 50%, or at least. It looks like they took our real point in time count that was done and doubled it. So I want to agendize, there's a movement, some from other cities are getting together and making some demands of the county on this, and not sure what those all are. I'll be sure by the next meeting, but I'd just like to put that on the agenda as a response to the point in time
I'll
count.
second.
So, okay, we need a third for that if they,
I'll give
county
a
sends a
third
report?
first.
Okay, I made the motion, Councilmember Cabral seconded, Mayor Pro Tem Noblock made the third. Any other items for future agenda?
Well, we discussed the goat report, but
Well, we did that already. I seconded it. so.
Yeah,
I don't want to go backwards, but would you mind if I asked a representative of the county maybe to come down and explain how they come, make this a report if they are willing to do that?
Absolutely,
Okay.
that would be a great content for our discussion. So no other, we did the GOAT report, right? You're gonna, okay. And so any other items for future agenda items?
Doesn't seem to matter.
Okay.
Okay, city attorney.
I have nothing to report except it's a pleasure to serve the city of San Clemente. Thank you.
City manager?
Yeah, we have two contracts, one with Best Test Lab Incorporated, providing for AC pipe replacement on the Northwest 308 Zone Pipeline Location Services in the amount of $73,510, and with the Friendship Shelter MOU, providing shelter, food, and housing-focused services to individuals referred by the city in the amount of $72,000.
Okay, we have a motion to adjourn? Okay, I'll make the motion to adjourn. To the next,
Too early.
yeah, to the next regular meeting be held on May 26, 2026, for the purpose of conducting the budget workshop. So this is a regular meeting? Oh, yeah, we're doing it before our council meeting, is that? No, that's a week from now.
Special meeting.
It's a special meeting. It says, okay, it says regular meeting, but we're adjourning to a special meeting to be held on May 26, 2026, for the purpose of conducting the budget workshop. The budget workshop will begin at 4 p.m. The meeting will take place in the City Council chambers located at 910 Calle Negocio, second floor, San Clemente. Second by Councilmember Wu. All in favor? Aye. Meeting is adjourned. I'll read it.